These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and poo the gowans fine, but seas between us braid here old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so retiene buon non mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so retiene buon non mancherà. In cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà.
Welcome back, one and all. Snare and Lizard back again for some MESWA qualifiers for Dream League Season 26. Last time around, we of course saw some amazing things happening with Chimera Esports going themselves into the #1 position and getting themselves into Dream League. Things have changed since then, though. Chimera Esports no longer exists. Their competitor, Enigma Galaxy, isn't playing with exactly the same roster, but we do know that those are going to be the two squads ultimately competing for the prize of qualification to Dream League Season 26. At this early juncture, Brother Lizard, firstly, how are you doing, my friend? And secondly, put your money on the line right now. Is it Nigma or is it VP taking it this time around?
Nigma. I'm gonna say Nigma. Like, I actually have faith in them. I know that they've looked a little bit rough around the edges a couple of times in the past, but I feel like this new, more or less new VP stack is no better than the old one. Of course, it takes a little bit of time to gel as well with the changes. So I'm expecting Nigma to be taking the full thing.
Much as I like normally playing the contrarian with you on these occasions, I have to agree with you. And I think the one big advantage that Nigma's going to have this time around, the last qualifiers that they played that they lost in the end to Chimera, they had Miracle in the squad, right? And this time they are starting off with having Ghost in the picture. They've already gone to a LAN with Ghost, did extremely well at that LAN, much better than anybody could have expected. And I think that's the kind of experience that is invaluable, that they perhaps VP might not be able to take a hold of. But that being said, Liz, there are some teams, and Nigma has been accused of this before, of being squads that level up when they're on LAN and comes to online.
Absolutely. And I can't blame them. Just imagine being someone that is winning a TI and then you qualifier games again, and then you're playing these qualifier games versus people that are like 4K, 3K, MMR, not immortal ranks, but MMR. And you're playing those games, and then you have to you have to keep yourself motivated through the tournament, right? It's not that easy. There's of course a little bit of ego that comes into play, but more often than not, it's not even only the ego. It's just the fact that you're playing so many of these games, and then you get an actual good opponent like Chimera used to be, and then you're like, wait. Actually, gamers pose needed. You know, I gotta get in the mode. So, yeah, we'll see. I expect them to be qualifying for sure, but Virtus.pro, they're not gonna be a pushover. And it's crazy that we're speaking about this matchup already, because that's probably going to be the deciding matchup of the tournament, as it has been how many times in the past already.
Every qualifier pretty much since Chimera Esports came through. So it's just been that way. They only final, then they'll meet again in the grand final. So we shall see if that's how things pan out. But like you mentioned, we have to be fair to everybody. Virtus.pro is starting off their particular roster here, their particular run in this tournament, taking on the side of Crab Restaurant. I will be honest and say I don't really know too much about any of these players. I like one of their names. He's called Silence, you know. I'm hoping that he's channeling the power of the legendary Coach Silent. But they came to the open qualifiers, you know. In the last couple of runs here in these qualifiers, Liz, we have seen at least one or two teams not necessarily make a splash, but at least make some games interesting. Usually that'll happen when they're playing up against Winter Bear. But last qualifier was Winners Esports that was able to make things a little bit interesting. They didn't go that far, but they, you know, made us aware of who they are. I'm hoping that Crab Restaurant can do that. So if you are the underdog in this particular meta, the new patch being out, everything being all up in the air, what do you think is the best way to play as the underdog side right now?
I always feel like the best way to play is just go all out with some cheesy picks. Like, make sure that you have a Huskar draft ready, and make sure that you have like some Brood or Meepo draft ready. Like, looking at these teams, like, we have some very interesting lineups. Like, we're not getting them right now, but later on through the tournament, we might see Umbrella Esports that have a Russian player, 3 Syrian players, by the way, something that I don't think we had in the last qualifier. And then on top of that, there's a caught in MESWA region.
been loving to see how much diversity this region is bringing. You know, initially it was just simply populated with people from Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. Now we expanded to some Indian players, Myanmarese. We have people from Jordan, Iran, Iraq, Syria. Like you mentioned, from Serbia, Russia. It's wonderful to watch. That's what we want to see out of this region. But what we want to see most of all is some Dota 2. So let's get into the draft, brother. Let's see what they've got for us here. Virtus Pro chilling on the Dire side. Crab Restaurant on the Radiant side for themselves, and first pick going towards VP. So what are we thinking? First pick, if you're a VP right now, what can you absolutely not let go of?
Wait. You told before we jump into the draft, you told me you're reading some book that has geography in its name. I can't remember what it
Prisoners
was.
of Geography by by
Prisoners.
Marshall, Tim Marshall.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now that we mentioned Serbia and Russia, they're kind of far away from this region, you know, but some of these players are still gonna play in it. And by the way, I'm not taking a punch at them or anything like that. They still have like 3 Syrian players. I just wonder, how does it happen? Like 1 Russian, 1 Serbian, and 3 Syrians. Like, how do they even meet? Because they need to be playing on different servers most of their lives, right? Like, how to do like if we could get an interview with some of them, I just like to hear the story. Is it like some student exchange program and you were in Europe playing and then you met up, or because I like one of my first teammates, by the way, that when I became like a somewhat of a known caster and analyst, one of my first teammates slid into my Twitter messages, and he's like, "Yo, man, do you remember me? It's Cholo from Trinidad Tobago." I'm like, "Oh my God, you Trinidad
From
Tobago."
Trinidad,
of course I remember. Yeah,
Nice.
I had like 2 teammates. We played all the small tournaments together. He was from Trinidad. Both of them were, but they were studying a little bit in England, and that's how we met. So there's a lot of cool stories coming out of these smaller teams. That's what I'm saying. Out of Crab Restaurant, no such thing. They are all from, I believe, India.
Yeah. No, Iran. It's a full Iranian stack.
Oh, Iran. Okay, never mind. My bad. I forgot.
The Indian stack is it's Winter Bear that has a few more Indian players, but it's they're full Iranian on this side. What's interesting actually about the story you were telling just now is I think actually how some of these players would end up getting together is, I remember some of the earlier people I'd play with in Dota, you'd play on South African servers, but you hit a skill cap where you're not getting much better because nobody else around you is much better. So then you get forced to play Europe, you get forced to play Eastern Europe or whatever, and then you just meet some people and they're like, oh, pull up, hang out, let's play some Dota together. And then I imagine that the story would be similar for them, but we'd have to ask them at some point. I hope that's the case.
Yeah, there's always some, you know, like this is a game like most others, and it can create friendships that last for a really long time. So, like, when the hell ever in life would I have a South African friend like me from Bosnia, if not for Dota? Like, probably absolutely never. Even with all the internet shenanigans recently changing the shape of the world, making it smaller.
I was literally about to say the same thing, that like Dota, if nothing else, Dota put me you, so I'll always be forever grateful to this game for that one.
You need to come over, man. We need to hang.
That's the plan. Definitely this year.
Yeah,
but
sure.
we have to do our job still, brother. We have to talk about Dota. Crab Restaurant, they got myself the Ringmaster task, but it doesn't matter what heroes they have because this game is already lost, Lizard. Tell me why I think this game is already lost.
Because there's a Warlock on the other side. Warlock PA. That's why I think. Am I correct?
You are correct, sir. You are correct. I literally don't know how to deal with this. Like, just as a... Obviously, I've seen games where this combination loses, but theoretically, how do you address this in the laning phase?
It's not easy. It's not easy. Like, there's too much damage. The Fatal Bonds are annoying. The heals on PA. But to be honest, it's not the worst lane. I feel like if you want a kill lane, you go PA plus another slow. With Warlock, you're getting Fatal Bonds and heal. Like early on at least, maxed out Fatal Bonds. So it can be worse. how do you address with against it? Usually, if you have something like an Abaddon, at least you can photic shield this stuff off, and he's still in the pool, so maybe an option. When it comes to Crab Restaurant, they have some nice things as well. They have a lot of saves out of these two heroes, by the way.
It's a lot of delayed damage, right? Between the Ringmaster and the Tusk, lots of save as well. Some repositioning tools on both heroes too. Okay, I'm intrigued by this. So does it feels to indicate that you're gonna play like either the mid or the safe laner is gonna be one of these riskier heroes that can't really afford to get caught that much?
I mean, it's an option, but they go for the Razor. Not your number one counter to PA, but it has gained some popularity recently. It's a decent lane, but already, if this is their idea of the offlane, which I believe most likely is like a Tusk plus Razor, maybe even Tusk Razor safe lane, I'd like it on the safe lane more, because PA Warlock, they just don't care. Warlock will just sit behind PA, heal her, she blinks out whenever you go with Ice Shards and Static Links, so that lane should not work. If our boys from the mighty Crab Restaurant institution, but it looks like they will be putting maybe even a Razor mid, I'm not sure.
I was thinking of it mid.
Yeah.
I currently think that like Razor's in that place right now where some of his levels are just absurd. Like how much he's able to leverage that experience into positive impact on the map. And like, for example, one of the games that you guys were doing on the weekend where NCS was playing Razor, I was like, yeah, that feels to me like the template of what Razor should be right now in this meta.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not a big fan of the hero, but from time to time he can do stuff. Like, I actually think they lost the tournament, or at least they lost their chances of going into grand finals because of Razor. Just a hero that
5 seconds
like, he's alright, but it's very difficult to play Dota versus capable players with him. They'll run circles around you, and you can't run circles around Ember or Storm. They hunt you down. And like Razor used to be this powerhouse. I'm gonna dominate the mid lane, and then I don't care if you run. I'm just gonna take your objectives. Like, it doesn't matter anymore. Like, you can give him all the objectives, and usually you don't even win the lane that hard. Those are my problems with him. But when he works, he really works, and he stomps the game.
There's also some potential that they were picking it up in just to make sure that it wouldn't be counted into the Ursa. But for now, VP came back with Enigma, Hoodwink, so we've got some black hole action coming in from Dahak from the offlane, one of his long-time signature heroes. This in tandem with like Visage, Beastmaster is what I think of when I think of Dahak in the first place. So, gonna annoy Ursa, you can't enrage through the... It's actually interesting now because Ursa was really hoping that like whatever offlaner they pick, he could utilize enrage to fight around their ultimates. But now, not only is Black Hole a real massive issue, Tusk can't really save you that easily. And even the Ringmaster can prevent some of the like kill damage, but it's still not like a direct Black Hole counter that they have available right now.
Yeah, they don't have a single one. Like you said, Tusk is, in my opinion, definitely not a comfortable counter, and your laning stage is pretty bad. I think that's the biggest issue. Like, Ursa is not gonna have a good time. That's a bad time waiting to happen, my friend.
10 seconds remaining.
So
what they
we're
should
looking
do?
at.
They should buff Hoodwink so that Acorn Shot can also bounce off of allies. But when it bounces off an allied unit or allied creep, it doesn't count as a aggressive bounce, so it still keeps going.
I'm down for that. Or if it bounces your ally, it makes him enraged and he gets or something like that. You know?
It gets like, if it bounces an ally, they get like 3-second scurry bonus. Yes. 3-second scurry bonus on each ally bounce.
Oh, so they can run through trees because they got hit in the head by an Acorn Shot. I'm down.
Yes.
But wait. It needs to be like this, because if we're lore crafting here, it hits you in the head, makes you dizzy, right? So it has to have that negative aspect. Like you're angry, but you're kind of dizzy, so you can miss maybe a hit, or you're slower. But if you hit someone, you're really gonna hurt or something like that.
So we get so phasing buff, 30% movement speed buff, but then like 40-50%
Choose your hero.
negative accuracy. So we take away your accuracy, added mischance, and we have it be that like you take a little bit of damage until you hurt an opponent to take away the dizzy effect.
Oh, that's actually I like that. I like that. I like these two picks as well. TA for VP looked really damn good in the last couple of days of the Fissure tournament, and on the other side, the Sniper as a somewhat of a counter to the TA as well. Not too terrible of a pick. Not really the greatest counter, but it's okay. I think this matchup for him in the mid lane. Of course, I do still expect Lorenov to absolutely dominate. Sniper going for scatter shot, it looks like right now.
Okay, changing his mind from the ghillie suit. I guess maybe the rationale is here you get rid of the refraction faster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that has to be it, right? I mean, I don't actually. I still like ghillie suit more, but in this game, maybe this is better. They're gonna have vision on you anyway, which is scary because you are playing into a PA, but at least you can get rid of the refractions, like you said. Before this, you actually weren't really able, right? Like you've got what? You've got the impalement arts, which isn't really that great. You didn't have anything to get rid of it, so it's a good pick, good facet, I mean.
Duration decrease, damage increase. You don't need duration against PA or TA. You want to get rid of it quickly. It's actually kind of intriguing to me how, outside of the mid laners, how similar these two drafts are. Both sides have this heavily farming, Battle Fury buying, in and out type of fighter going into the carrier role. They both in the off lane have this more anchor style. I control the entire area of the fight. I dictate terms of who goes when and where. Both of our fours have moving in and out of the fight, some out of vision type of stun that can disable the enemy, and a 5 position that can just act as sort of counter initiation in the case that something goes awry in the middle of the fight.
Yeah. What do you think? Who's gonna be the 4 and who's gonna be the 5 on Crab Restaurant? Tusk or Ringmaster?
Surely Ringmaster
Probably,
should be the 5, but they both have the same items, so I don't know.
Yeah. I think if you look at it melee range, it probably should be the Ringmaster.
I like how you say it. You don't say Ringmaster, Ringmaster. It's like you said with the A at the end. It's very fun to me.
That's the first time I said that, by the way. But I'll keep it up now, just for you.
So we're starting the game. What do you think of this TA hero in the mid lane? Because we have seen a lot of TA, but I'm still mixed over this hero going mid because I'm looking at their lineup of VP and I don't really see much playmaking potential. Like, he doesn't provide them much stuns. She doesn't really do that much off the map movements in between like minute 15, 20. So overall, do you prefer her mid or safe lane?
Absolutely safe lane. I think that she is not your... I mean, for me, she fits in the same category as DK right now. But DK is better because he has a stun at least. And I absolutely am against the DK mid. At least the way people have been playing it. GPK for me is the only one that kind of makes it work. Maybe NTS from time to time. But like TA is too greedy to be played mid at the moment.
But isn't GPK one of the only ones that's still rushing Blink first, right?
No, they all rush Blink. He doesn't. He goes for Midas. He goes for Midas.
Oh, yes.
And he plays it like he would if he was safe lane, but he also secures the late game. That's what I like the most. Because there's like this mid-game downward spiral that most DKs fall into. Because if you go like Blink and you just start making plays, you fall off so heavily. And the hero, if DK falls off, he just feels so damn weak. Everything goes down the drain and you have to expect your carry to do all the work. Meanwhile, the other side, they have their carry, but they also have like a mid lane storm actually scaling. So, yeah, basically TA fitting the same.
I've got some notes.
the same.
Like you said,
the
unlike the
same.
DK, she doesn't have a stun. Maybe she goes like some Gleipnir build. That would be exciting. I doubt it's gonna happen, but it would be exciting to see for sure.
Absolutely not, though. Gleipnir is different now, right? Like, maybe the old Gleipnir she could, but the new one is.
No, that's why it's be more exciting now. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, if you were to buy a lot of Atos on TA, that would be amazing.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. That would be amazing, but also very damn bad for the TA. Imagine getting a point booster and a rod of Atos on the TA. Yikes. What's happening, by the way? Who are we waiting for?
Looks like Ryan was saying earlier that they have some voice communication issues, so ideally they should return soon. We're not going to have ourselves a super extended break, ideally. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe some Discord. Into Discord. A lot of things.
Okay, I've got a question for you. What would be the worst item that a TA could buy? Like the absolute worst one?
Poor defense.
Absolute worst
So
TA item.
The world will hardly notice.
Let me see.
I
I mean,
Panda
every
would be
item
pretty
has
bad.
Aetherlands.
Aether Lens? No. Aether, you can still get some value out of like the uber long range psionic trap. If you had Shroud with it as well, you know, then you're playing Silencer from afar, bro. No, that's fine. I can see the vision.
Okay, what did you say?
Kanda. I think Kanda would be pretty bad.
Yeah, Kanda is. I agree. I agree on the new Kanda. You can't proc it. There's no way.
Yep.
If you get a Dagon and Kanda, Dagon won't proc Kanda, right? Like it has to be a spell.
I think it has to be a spell. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be really funny though, seeing a TA with a Dagon Kanda in her inventory. I think like it's gonna work, guys. It'll be fine.
So what's the worst possible build then for her? You go like Kanda, then you buy Bloodstone. I guess.
Okay. Bloodstone.
We're cooking. Yeah.
After you buy Bloodstone, you buy Aeon Disc would be pretty bad, right? Because you already have Refraction, and the Aeon Disc would pop before the Refractions would. What pops first, actually, Refractions or the Aeon Disc? I haven't actually tested that.
I think Refractions, because you're taking no damage, right? So you need to take damage for Aeon Disc to pop. Am I correct, or am I?
I believe you're correct,
when you take damage and your health falls below 70%, a stronger spell is applied. So it's still kinda useful because you can use your refractions after, so it wouldn't be that terrible. I've even seen some TAA on discs in the past.
How about Kanda Armlet?
I mean, Armlet's gonna make you hit harder, right? Like you get some more HP as well. Is there anything that's useless like Kanda and Bloodstone are?
Let's see. You could still get some value of a Helm Overlord, right? You get to carry around, like, you walk around with a Thunderhide creep or whatever. That would be nice. That would be decent. So
how bad is... Okay, so my next item for the top 3 most useless items on TA would be Blade Mail, I think.
Ooh,
because it's right, because you're returning the damage dealt to you. I'm not sure if that works with refractions. I feel like it shouldn't, right?
I don't believe it should. Well, no, I think it should. Actually, you still get the damage back, but you still lose your refractions. I actually don't know. Another thing I've never actually tested before, like Blade Mail with refraction.
I mean, who the hell would think of that?
Ooh, another one that would be terrible. How about E-Blade? That.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we mentioned Aetherlands before, so E-Blade just... But just imagine this build. Aetherlands, Octarine Core... Octarine Core, E-Blade, Blade Mail, Bloodstone TA. They attack you, you pop the E-Blade on yourself and the Blade Mail. And the Aeon Disc as well.
Oh, I see. What you do, you backpack the Aeon Disc, right? That's like your 7th item. And then you bring it in just as the E-Blade. You E-Blade first, right? And then you swap in for the Aeon Disc. So you still keep the effect. And then as soon as the E-Blade finishes, Aeon Disc is effective. I see.
I know a clown when I see one.
This I know a clown when I see one. That's for us, by the way.
That's for us.
For our item.
Silent is watching this stream right now. Please, let's play Dota, guys, to stop this madness from happening.
Just stop them. Stop them from talking. Ears bleeding. But they are moving in, and if they find Warlock, if they find him, he's... Hide.
Killing. Hold. And they've got perfect vision here. He hasn't leveled up anything just yet. Decided if he wants to go for the upheaval or if he's going to need Shadow Word early. But thankfully, he's not going to have to do it.
I gotta get Fatal Bonds, I feel like, or Shadow Words, right? Like, one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was wondering if he's going to get gone on and, like, can I maybe turn the fight? I think if he goes, if they find him alone, he just dies and he should just, like, hold the point until the lane starts.
Yep. For
now
sure.
They're back. They're re-smoking Liz. They're coming back. They have this vision. Look at that ward that he placed. You know, his time spent in the trees was not for naught, but it seems they might not be able to find a good rotation here. Let's see how brave TA2000 is feeling. He's gonna go for it, but it's too late. Reflect. Able to just take the rune and walk away.
Yeah, just the two of them. Can't really do a lot. Impalement Arts on Silent. I like this. And I like it and I don't, kind of a deal. Like, Impalement Arts on Ringmaster level 1 are great. But you're playing into an Enigma. Maybe Tame the Beast would have been better. And maybe with Tame the Beast you'd be able to kill the ranged creep. With Impalement Arts, it's kind of rough.
They really thought they were going to find a kill, right? And this happens. This is like sometimes you see these Tusk players, they get really gung-ho about finding a kill, you know? You go like, hey, let's go and snowball level 1. And then you get to the lane and you're like, well...
It's not that bad though with Ringmaster. I feel like this is still a very valid option. You know, it's one of those heroes that can really go one or the other. And most lanes I would even go Impalement Arts. I think it's all right. Like low mana, you get to spam it. I mean, all of his spells are low mana, but this is an additional slow with the nurse out, so not too bad. Look at those Fatal Bonds. It's so damn annoying.
That's only level 1. You know, you're taking some damage now, but it only gets worse as time goes on, gang. Unfortunately, it does mean that this PA has been relatively uncontested, as we've seen time and time again when these two heroes are paired together. And the really scary part is coming soon. When they get to this level 2 timing, in fact, it might come sooner than expected. Reflect, getting onto him. TA2000 has the dagger, they find the kill. Reflect ends up going down, and the PA Warlock lane is off to a good start. Words that will put fear into the hearts of Crab Restaurant.
Crab Restaurant, no! We need to keep Crab Restaurant alive, by the way. Hooters has filed for... We at least need to cherish the Crab Restaurant that we have.
So what we need to do then is start the Krusty Krab then. Keep it all alive.
If you could open a restaurant, what would it be?
Me?
Yeah.
Probably like a street food kind of place. Like it would be a proper restaurant, but we only have like shitty street food. Despite charging you exorbitant prices. I think that would be the business model. Be really
that sounds like a really good business model. Yeah. Get
gourmet
paid,
street food, you know?
Get paid to make like some... Remember in Bali they had those little chicken sticks that they were making for $1 on the street.
Yes. Top lane. Rain, unfortunately, will be putting some pressure out onto Reflect. Yet again, they're allowing them to suffer the impact of Warlock PA. And despite doing their utmost, they're not going to be able to threaten Rain. Threatening 404. He's trying to run himself away here on the Tusk. He's not going to be able to do so. It's almost certainly going to be another kill for TA2000, who's willing to dive under the tower. And it ends up being well worth it. Double kill for the PA. Will revenge be found here by Respect? No. not close enough to find any damage underneath the tier 1 tower outside of the plasma
needs to
field.
be-
And
he needs to be careful.
They can kill him. They could live for this and dive him if they want to.
Yeah. A really rough one on bot lane as well. They get the kill on Silent T. Well, does happen. You know, like you're playing with Warlock TA, nothing crazy to be expected, especially now that she's got all the corrosion. She went all
Mid
in.
lane.
Mid lane,
They
though.
just baited in Lorenov, but they know 4-4. He swaps in the Sentry, but it's a little bit too late. By the time it goes down, Lorenov has Refraction available. 1J's made the rotation. They drop the Blood Grenade onto the Sniper, and he will end up going down as well. That is, despite everything else on the map, by far the most disastrous play for Crab so far.
Yeah, absolutely. The TP in with the Tusk, right? Like he doesn't have a TP now as well to work with. Top lane, Reflect, and the snowball has started, more or less. This is what we tend to expect in the MESWA region. A lot of bloodbath happening whenever one of these two teams are playing. Your ex-Chimera, now VP, or the Enigma squad. 7-1 Brazil already, or Brazil.
You really like making that reference. The 7-1.
A 7-1.
I mean,
It's like we. Don't you love funny numbers? You know, in Dota, 420, 322.
no, I do. I'm with you. I'm with you. Or the 22-0, the classic as well.
Yep.
Not many people talk about. Bottom lane. Now gonna be able
What's the
to rip
22-0?
through the Hawk.
I forgot. What's the
Say again?
22-0? What's the 22-0?
ESL. One of the ESL events. Grand finals between IG and the side of EG. It comes from that series, you know, one I always talk about with PPD having that amazing Juke Bane down bottom against YYF Brewmaster. And then in the grand final, one of their games, they lost to IG 22-0. Not a single kill being put on the board.
That sounds rough. The male award as well, 0-20 now that we're talking about 20s. Or was it 0-18? I can't remember.
It was 20, yeah. The Malk award is 20.
Mid lane.
Yeah, she got rolled onto, and yet again, able to get a kill onto the Tusk. But this time around, it's not going to be so simple. Quick revenge found by bringing down a partner. That being said, Sniper doesn't have enough strength to kill her as well. Lorenov will walk away with a double kill. At the same time, they end up with a little Fractus up on top. They've lost the Hoodwink, and now Reflect is also going to die, though. That's not what they wanted out of that situation. Losing the Razor yet again. That's his 4th death of the game here, Liz. Before even 7 minutes in.
Yeah, they're not having a good time on top. This Razor was... I mean, in general, it's not really the pick into a PA, but then on top of that, you make a small... You add a sprinkling of salt on top of that, you know, a small difference between these two teams, and you get this.
They get something out of this. There's going to be a contest for this Wisdom Shrine here. Warlock drops an ultimate though, with the Phalo Bonds, 404 and Reflect are taking so much damage. They can't even hurt them, Liz. These heroes are still at full HP. Another double kill for TA 2000. Now you have a Chaotic Offering Golem to beat on the tier 1. 3k net worth need to boot overall for the side of DP.
Yep, no rotations necessary, just the two of them doing all the work. I don't know if you can even lane here anymore, any longer. The PA on her
Might
own
not be
will
able to
destroy
lane
you.
here either. They're going for Ursa. Black Hole, first one of the game committed. The Hawk able to bring the bear down just before he hits level 6. Wouldn't have protected him regardless, but would have been nice. At the same time, Hoodwink going forward, trying to get the kill out onto Silence, and 1J able to just solo kill the enemy support right there.
Nice little Acorn shot play with Sharpshooter. Of course, you can cast your spells while channeling Sharpshooter, which is kind of nice for the Hoodwink. Mid lane. Maybe this is a kill though.
Can they get this one? They should be able to at least kill one. Maybe can they get two? They have the Ursa here. Blood Grenade down onto Lorenov. He's had his entire refraction removed. And Ursa gets not just a double kill, but a kind of astonishing injection of gold off of that one. That was really, really well done by Crab Restaurant there.
Dude, he's like as farmed as the TA almost now. Like he got like some really nice farm off of those kills. Ursa, yeah, having a not the easiest lane, but Ursa resurrected, I should say.
Bear has returned. He's out here. He's going to show that his bear is superior to the bear of Virtus Pro. But let's see if this rotation pans out. They are bringing 404 down bottom. They want to find the Huck. They know that Black Hole is down, so this would be a perfect time to get this initiation going. But they have to hurry because the side of VP are also bringing in reinforcements. Who gets the jump first, Liz, is the question. The Huck getting gone on, losing a lot of HP. He has no way to make a turn here. He just ends up dead. Will they find revenge? Blood Grenade connected onto the Ursa, but he's able to scurry onto the high ground away from these Eidolons. So he is still fine. TA2000 though shows up, finds the sniper who just arrived and immediately ends up dead. Looking for the double as they find the kill onto the Ringmaster as well, forcing the Ursa to retreat. Tusk to try and take a twin gate, but fail in this endeavor. TA2000 collects a double kill. Loranov even comes down to secure the tower. So although a great kill on Dahak, in the grand scheme of things, they end up getting outplayed by VP.
Yeah, they do. But in this kind of series, I feel like, you know, if you're bleeding kills on the side of VP, you're not happy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not only about winning the game, it's how you win it, how cleanly do you win it.
So like if you're Brazil and you beat Serbia 1-0, not happy about it even if you win.
Yeah, exactly.
No, shout out Serbia, we love you all. You know, I don't want to put Serbia out.
Shout out Harry Freak.
Shout out Harry Freak. Nicole, I'm sorry, bro.
No
I'm sure your team is good. Mid lane, chaotic offering. Nice save from the Ringmaster, but it's not going to be enough. They've already gotten the kill onto the sniper. Tusk will end up going down as well. So just a very quick and almost nonchalant support deletion in the mid lane, as well as a kill onto a sniper.
Yeah, it wasn't like if that was all the escape part, everything gets negated and he just lives through all of it. But the nerfed escape part with just the bonus match resist, it's solid, not as great of course when it comes to saving targets.
$7K gold lead. Not the biggest lead we've seen in this region, of course. We've seen much worse things happen. So where do we put the prospects of, let me not even say a comeback, but how do you elongate this game as Crab Restaurant from this point?
It's rough, right? Like, you do have a sniper to defend the high ground. He's going for a very peculiar build, by the way. Mask of Madness as his first item.
What?
Yeah.
Into TA?
Yeah.
That's surprising. Okay.
It's interesting, I guess. A bit different. Not really sure why he goes for Mask, but you get the attack speed, I guess, into TA to get rid of the charges, but Sigma moment,
but then she
for
hits
sure.
you. The Sigma move, I like that. He hasn't committed to it just yet, though. He's still just sitting on it. Let's see if he actually decides to buy up the Morbid Mask. That'll make the determination of how serious he is. On the other side, TA2000 does now have his Battle Fury. 12-minute Battle Fury, Treads, Orb of Corrosion, Orb of Destruction in the inventory as a neutral item. It's for a TAPA right now.
These kind of qualifiers are made for some records to be broken, basically, right? Like, you play these qualifiers to break some records. He's 7-0-3 on the TA, so absolutely gigantic, ginormous 8K net worth almost.
What a hero. Our poor Ursa is still on the way towards his own farming item. Still
Not
needs
too far,
the full
though.
Battle Fury. It's on the way, though. Should be coming now.
Yeah, he needs like 100 gold that he's got it. So, all things considered, like, he's keeping up.
Dude, look at this. They're going on the sniper. The only way they have vision is because they saw him through the fatal bonds, bro. That is actually really sick. That is some really good awareness from VP. They saw where the bounce was going from the Ringmaster and they're like, guys, he has to be right here, and they go directly towards him. And now they trigger the Psionic Trap onto Reflect. They should be able to kill him off. They drop a Chaotic Offering for this one, but we'll seem worth it if they can get it tier 2. Wheel of Wonder doesn't really do all that much. It almost killed 1J, but it does not just yet. on the back lines of the fight. 4-4, finding he cannot keep the chase going. He's trying to run away, as is the side of this Ringmaster, but what can Laurenov do here? One more Melt Strike should be enough if he can close the range, close the gap. Being played, ring around the Rosies. Unfortunately, the rest of the team is coming back, and they will put 4 heroes go down in the mid lane. The tier 2 tower probably going to follow them as well.
Yeah, he did joke him for quite some time. That was kind of nicely done by Silent. But they also lost the Ursa, by the way, on bot lane to the Blackhole. So that was also revealed. The Huck has a Blink Dagger. Use that one to get rid of the Ursa.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, the Huck was with Chimera, right? And then they removed him, and now he's back with VP.
Yeah, he was with Chimera, they removed him, then they brought him back because they couldn't find somebody else to play with them. And then they removed him again, and then now the same people.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Interesting. Maybe he just wanted to stream some more. Maybe that was
giving the death of this Razor, because we need a replay on that one, how quickly the Razor went down. They try to get Ursa out of trouble as well, but Laurenov, undeterred, just blinks forward. No BKB, no force buff, no Aegis, but he still feels completely secure in his positioning. And why shouldn't he? 3 shots away from killing a Tusk, 4 shots away from killing a Sniper. And it's a triple kill all of a sudden for the Templar Assassin. They're on the high ground, 15 minutes in, make that an Ultra. Alright, somebody sacrifice yourself. Give the man a rampage. He deserves it after such a game.
Absolutely. He's so close to it. So close to the Desolator as well. There are no creeps, but no tier 2 bot, no tier 2 mid. Like, they can get 2 sets of racks here for sure. And I believe they will force it because they have this heal from Warlock just constantly resetting them. So you don't have to go back. You're not worried about your resources. You're kind of full. Vlad's on Enigma as well.
Also, like, this team on the side of Crab, if the game is going like this, where Tusk was unable to find a good entry point out of the lane, Razor has no items, there's still no items on Ursa, you literally have no initiation. Like, how do you start a fight on your own terms?
It's very difficult. Maybe some snowball, ice shards, but these 2 cores don't care about it. You have a blink with refraction charges, and your PA as well can blink out. But they did move back. They want to finish off their items first, it seems like. And they, realistically, they could have just ended this game. I feel like the positioning from Radiant is not that good for you not to be able to jump and kill them, but maybe a Tormentor first for Virtus.pro.
You said it yourself. This is a game for breaking records. Somebody's like, listen, Ben, if I just get this timing, I'm going to be #1 all time. Come on, bro. We don't need to end this game right now.
Yeah, there's also a tier 2 on top lane, a rush that you can go for. All depends how disciplined you want to be versus these teams. Basically, Nigma in the previous qualifier would just pick heroes that are able to push, like a Prophet on mid lane, and end the game as soon as possible, like minute 13, basically, the game would be over. What they've got on Virtus.pro as well kind of allows them to do that. You've got the Dezo now on TA, you've got your Eidolons.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We're going to be moving forward now as a large-scale unit to the top side of the map. Tier 2 tower certainly going to be in jeopardy here. Shouldn't take too long for them to bring it down. And there she goes. 20k net worth lead. We'll see if they decide to go back for an Aegis. Oh, well, might not be necessary because they almost just straight up killed the Razor here. Sharpshooter being triggered. Almost got him, but no. Little bit of heal coming in. Not going to make that much of a difference, though, as they jump up with the PA and they kill him off. TA is here as well. TA did fall very low. TA 2000 almost died, but the black hole from the heart prevents the chase from Forza. In the meantime, they jump the backline to kill the Sniper. They demolish the bear right now. And although buybacks are available, I'm not so sure it's even wise to use them at this point, Liz. This game feels completely over.
They almost got the PA. Like, that was a cool attempt, but yeah, snowball into black hole. We're waiting for them with the open arms of Enigma. There's a full Revenant's Brooch now on Laurenov. Your TA 2000, going for Satanic next. He's not gonna get it this game, but it's a nice item to queue up. GG is called.
Good game, well played coming in from Crab Restaurant because Virtus Pro have absolutely demolished them in the opening game of this series. And you know, we've seen some fast games, fam. We've seen some fast games. This is up there, you know? Our average in this region last time around was like 22, 23 minutes. The fastest I believe was like 13 or something. And this could have been up there closer to 13 than it is to 20 as we see now.
Yeah, we had a pretty long pause as well, by the way. So I don't know if you want to add that one to the list, but yeah, absolutely not the longest game for sure here in the MESWA region. A pretty quick one. All the lanes were won, and kind of hard to come back or play the game at all when all of your lanes get demolished. Nice play by the Ursa when he went mid, by the way. That's one thing that I can give them. Like Ursa TPing mid, killing off both the TA and the PA, or just the TA and the support, gave him a lot of farm. In the end, of course, it's not good enough.
You know, actually speaking of the lanes, I do think that like mid was a lost lane, but it wasn't that bad, right? Bottom, like you said, Ursa was still able to make moves afterwards, do some cool stuff. We did see sometimes Ringmaster being involved, but the lane that was not allowed to go as badly as it did was that top lane. Ruiza and Tusk coming out of the lane with nothing, ending the game with nothing. I mean, let me read to you the Razor at the end of the game. Power trades Yule Scepter. That just can't happen. Like, if I see power trades Yule Scepter on some hero, then it's like, well, maybe this hero can still have some impact using Yules. I don't know. It's like some puck or something. You drop a Yules, I can still do something. But if I see this on Razor, I know we've already lost. There's not much we can do. So I think that lane should have gone. I don't think it was a winning lane for them, but I don't think it should have gone as bad as it ended up going in the end.
Absolutely. It's like a lane with a lot of potential to be misplayed. Let's put it that way. You're playing versus Warlock PA. If you miss your links a couple of times, they jump you. Razor isn't the tankiest hero early on, so the PA jumping him was to no surprise to me. Let's put it that way. I've played versus Warlock PA too many times. I know what that lane does to any combo. So, yeah, I think we got what we expected. Do you agree? And probably the same thing will happen in game number 2.
The only thing I didn't expect VP to run the TA middle, and I didn't expect it to go as well as it did. I do think there was some space. The only reason I think you could do this is because they recognized Crab Restaurant had no team fight or skirmish of their own that they could leverage, so they felt safe going for the TA. I think up against a better team that had like a different mid, that wouldn't have happened. I will say though, that one thing you did mention, you said that this is the kind of situation where records are meant to be broken, and Laranov, he did it. He broke a record all time for the fastest Revenant brooch ever on a Templar Assassin. So shout out to him, shout out to VP, and before we go into a break, how long do you think the second game is going to be?
Around the same, maybe even faster, like 20 minutes tops. That's what I expect. It depends if they want to maybe pick something that can't push as hard, but if they get similar heroes that can't push, I expect around 20 minutes.
Well, fortunately, there is going to be one more game for Crab Restaurant, and I truly hope, Lizard, that they deeply disappoint you. We're going to be finding out what happens after a small break. So Crab Restaurant versus VP, Game 2 coming at you shortly, here for the DreamLeague Season 26 qualifiers for the MESWA region.
Made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to blow the British fleet.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This Rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This ramming had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry.
Welcome back, MESWA Addicts, here for some more Dream League Season 26 qualifiers So far, it's going all according to plan, but I do have the evil mastermind lizard who's been sitting in the meantime, concocting some weird strategies, delivering them under the table to Crab Restaurant, and now he's gonna tell us what the key to beating VP is.
My friends, you have to pick. You have to pick Huskar. This is my evil plan. Okay, I don't know, man. What do you do? What do you do versus Pro? They're miles ahead of you. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, of course. What can you do? You can pick some Huskar, you can pick some Meepo, you can pick some Brood. You go full evil mode. You turn dark mode like dark hat Elon Musk. That's what you do. You go full evil. You don't do any salutes. You just pick Meepos and Huskars. That's what you do.
You burn the game down. You don't burn the world down. I see. I like that strategy. So let's see whether or not they've got that in their back pocket for Crab Restaurant or for other people and are just going to play normally into the second game. So let's see what we got. Game 2 of Virtus Pro versus Crab Restaurant. On the Radiant side, we have the side of VP this time around. And of course, Dire side will be Crab Restaurant. Crab Restaurant does have the first pick. Something that VP expended on the PA. Should they try going PA Warlock and then put like Huskar on it in that case?
I mean, I'd love that. I feel like PA is one of the best openers in the game right now. Not a lot of carries to counter her. You gotta ban out like a couple of offlaners that are annoying, maybe a Tide. But that's it, like nothing else. So overall, yeah, open up with the PA. Why not? It worked for them. Maybe it can work for you as well. You go PA, you ban the Warlock or you pick it up. Because there are some other heroes that you can go for too. To help her out in the lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Let's see. Now it's try for VT to decide. Are we going to be banning? Oh, they ban the Huskar. My thing is going to be one of the cheese heroes. So the one that they choose as Husk, that's the one they fear the most. You know, it's interesting that this hero is a cheese hero, quote unquote, when it feels like in this last couple of months, it's sort of risen to the level of just being, oh, it's a hero that just gets played from time to time, outside of just being a complete random, out of nowhere cheese pick.
Oh man, like it's a hero that gets played from time to time, but once it gets played, like you have to use all your brain power to figure out what you're gonna do against him, because of course people are not dying to him any 1v1, but it still doesn't feel good playing into a Huskar mid, no matter what you are. And then he takes over the map. It's like, it's really annoying. So I would still consider him a cheese pick, just by the fact that if he catches you off guard and you don't have the right heroes against him, you might just lose the game straight off of that, you know.
Okay, I've got a
there aren't too many heroes that are like that. Yeah.
Would you prefer to play against a Huskar mid in this patch right now, or would you like? I'm talking about like 24 pick. It's a perfect game for Husk, right? Which is worse to deal with? A perfect game for Husk 24 pick, or in the previous patch, a perfect game for Alpha Wolf's Lycan?
Alpha Wolf Lycan, I would say. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of similar, I guess. If it's a perfect Huskar game, you probably cannot kill him, right? But he can still mess up. Like, how does the Lycan mess up? He just sends the wolves at you and doesn't even have to be there with his hero. I guess his involvement is a little bit not as high. He doesn't have to press his armlet properly.
Less immune to mistakes. I think about it. Well, this is a hero that is certainly not immune to mistakes. We were talking about it off air, and you were telling me you've been playing this little man. Weaver, you can mess up, but so far, VP haven't done anything to really target him. Where do you think he's going? Is this a support Weaver for Silent 404, or do you think this is going carry or off lane, perhaps even?
Not sure. Usually when it's opened up with it, it means that it's a support, but it can also be flexed. I feel like there are teams that do it. Maybe the Crab Restaurants are Liquid fans. They put this Weaver on position 1 to Mickey often. Overall, I think the hero is definitely more popular as a support with Hive Mind Facet. The bugs are pretty
Radiant's
annoying
team
when you have that one. And if you go for, we'll see which facet they go for. The other one, of course, the skitter step is much better if you're a carry. So far, let's see the upcoming bans. They're banning out Lashrak, which is interesting. Like Lorenov is very comfortable on the hero, though. Must be the reason.
5 seconds
Quick
remaining.
mechanics question.
Uh-huh.
So if I lay out the swarm bugs onto a
Radiant's
pattern,
team
right?
pick.
I've actually never thought about this. Does Curse of Awareness affect the swarm bugs?
Dire team pick.
Curse of Awareness, as in his.
The attack speed spell, yeah.
I don't think so. I don't.
But
maybe.
it should, right?
Maybe,
I
yeah.
actually don't know. I don't know. I just thought about this now.
They have a
10 seconds
set
remaining.
attack.
Counter.
They have
5
like a
seconds
counter, yeah.
remaining.
So it depends. I don't think the bug has like an attack speed. I think it has a set interval where it attacks. It's not like a tower. You can't bloodlust the bug. Oh, that's on someone. You can't increase its attack speed by having some attack speed aura from Beastmaster. So I guess you shouldn't also be able to decrease it as well. I think, but I'm not really sure, because the aura is not the same like Curse of Awareness attacking you, right? Like it's a different kind of a thing.
I guess we'll have an opportunity to test that interaction in this game. Well, we'll see where the Weaver ends up going. Hopefully it is in the lane, so we can see it earlier than later. But a hero we've seen, I'm sure you especially this last weekend, saw way too much of this guy. Jakiro,
Dire
baby!
team pick.
Back in the mix right now, so we've got some attack speed slow, we've got some tower damage, we've got some lane pressure, we've got some team fight, we've got some magical damage, we've got it all with the Jakiro.
I mean, the hero is just absolutely insane. Both of his facets are also just
10
absolutely
seconds remaining.
busted. If you go for Twin Terror, you're
5
dealing a
seconds remaining.
ton of damage. If you're going for
Radiant team
the Ice Path, it's also nice. But what's also really nice about Jakiro in this game, you hit the bug twice. So that's the bonus that you're getting, right?
That's actually pretty solid, yeah. And Weaver doesn't
10
want to be like
seconds
putting
remaining.
too many points into a swarm early on. Like you want some points, but you really need points into Takuchi.
5 seconds
So I really like that actually.
Do you hear this? I'll mute myself in a second. Do you hear it?
What, like the
Pro-
tin sound behind you?
team pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of hear it, yeah.
Okay, so if it's not that bad, I don't have to mute myself. So what's happening is it's the first of a month and it's 12 o'clock. And every first, when it's 12 o'clock, I have a siren
10
right
seconds
next to me
remaining.
go off. There's
Why?
like a,
Team pick.
I'm not really sure. It's something that remained from the war. Like every month they are testing out the sirens just to see. Okay, let's see if they work. I'll mute myself. It's annoying though.
I mean, this is an insight into history, you know, because not many people who are
5 seconds
not many people,
remaining.
for example, have experience being from like a regional conflict. So I think it's very interesting history. People must hear what it sounds like and how war, you know, can affect culture decades later.
I mean, it's kind of a cool thing if you live a bit further away. It's literally next to my house, and it's supposed to cover like half of the city. So you can imagine. Thank God I have the headphones on because my ears hurt. Like usually they actually, it's like they affect your hearing. It's not that great. My dogs as well, they
10
go
seconds
insane.
remain back.
They must go crazy.
Yeah, but we have a nice draft from both sides, I have to say. Like DK, Grimstroke, Jakiro, Abaddon on one side, a lot of some pushing, some stuns. I don't like that they don't have a decent way
10
of getting.
seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
The way I'm looking at this as well, it's like Viper. I mean, I understand the nation of the Viper, right? Some breaks in this game are exceptional
Getting on
versus
top
both the
of
Baron and
Profit,
Dragon Knights. Oh, One of us is lagging. I'm not sure who it is. Is it me or you?
I think it's maybe the VMix. Is it me? No?
No, I hear you.
Huh?
I hear you. Are you back, bro? Can you hear me?
I heard you all the time. You never.
Oh. All right, maybe just a connection issue. All right, well, we're good. Yeah, we're good. So what do you think about this Viper? Because I don't like the fact that, like, very similar to the previous game, yes, you have this hero that can disable one of the core aspects of a different hero, but I wanted more teamfight and initiation. Tiny does give them this, but now you're sort of consigned to playing this Viper in the offlane, and personally, I'm not really a fan of the hero in the offlane. And honestly, I love the rest of their draft, except the Viper. Talk to me about this hero.
Well, it gives you a break, which is nice, into Abaddon, and you have a Hex, so maybe you can break him into blowing him up with the Lion, maybe some Orchid as well on Prophet later on. So overall, yeah, I agree with you. I'm not the biggest fan. I also like when Viper has a front line to work with. This game he has what, the Lion, which isn't necessarily the best in that way, and you'll be playing into Jakiro plus TB, and TB will be using his reflection on you, so it's not gonna be a fun lane once again for Reflect on paper. But if he does manage to hit TB a lot, TB doesn't have a lot of HP, and your poison stacks, they do go up, so there's some potential.
I'm worried about these first 2 levels from Crab Restaurant on that lane, because if the first 2 levels go south with Lion Viper, then you're losing your tower at 6 minutes. There's not really much you can do about it. So, I don't know, man. I do see some potential, right? Because they're not super strong VP. They're level 1, level 2. Most of that advantage will belong to Crab Restaurant, so they need to make sure that they solidify the lane. I don't think they can get a kill unless Rain steps really out of position, but you can just halt their progression as much as humanly possible. Try to create some space. Wait, I'm being an idiot. I said silence. It's 404, right? With the Weaver going that side of the map. I don't know. What do you think? Should they just put the Lion there just so they have the stun as a get out of jail free card?
No, that's what that was my idea as well. Like, that's why I said it. So don't worry, it's not your bad call. I expect Lion to go there just because of that. I mean, I'd like to have 2 Lions this game, because they might need them on both sides. They need that separation, the stun, to help the Viper or the Prophet out. Weaver plus Prophet sounds like an easier lane to play, though, for the Prophet. At least you have the Treant to kinda give that distance. You have Sprout as well eventually. Meanwhile, Viper Weaver, especially with Hive Mind, like, you just don't have Sukuchi all the time, so.
Fight might break out here. Smoke will break. Yet again, Ryan with the Observer Ward in the perfect place. They could stop this fight if they want to. They find the Earth Spike out onto this Judge of GK, but look at that dual breath onto 4 heroes. First blood onto the Lion. 404 about to follow. They've gotten the double kill. It's about to be 3. Reflect. Both him and Mindgrove are about to die. Reflect goes down first. Go to bed trying to escape on this Nature's Prophet. He's on the high ground. Just needs a few more hits from TA 2000. 1 more second until the Reflect. He's got it. Gonna throw it out. Do they have the damage? Low enough finds the breathe fire. And it ends up being 4 for nothing. Jakiro with the heroic dual breath coming out of Rain.
That was so sad for Krusty Krab Restaurant Bros. Very unfortunate. Like, they moved as a stack on not only Jakiro but on Grimstroke as well. Stroke of Fate dealing massive damage. It can connect to all those targets. And later on, Grimstroke did miss 1 Stroke of Fate, mostly because of fine art. I swear this facet is so damn fun and so good, but at times it can be yeah, it can be a bit annoying. So they are laning Lion Prophet top. Lion Prophet, Weaver plus Viper on the bot lane. Look, Jakiro with Twin Terror, the moment he gets Liquid Fire, this Weaver will be losing some serious HP.
Also, if you go for this Hive Mind facet, right, you are really committed to putting as many points into Swarm as possible. So there will be moments you get caught out in between your Sakuchi paths. There's literally nothing you can do about it. And Reflect, damage right now from the Metamorphosis. One more right click, he's gone. Brain yet again involved in another kill.
Yeah, that's basically where I would like to have Lion, right? Just so he can pop that Impale on the meta.
Well, Weaver probably wishing that he'd gone Sakuchi level 1, because right now he's gonna end up dead. Well, at least while he's dying, so they get some experience, right? He will come back with level 2 lists. The Swarm Bugs did their job.
Yeah, I was thinking there's a chance for him to live top lane silent. Yeah, gonna fall as well. I was thinking there's a chance for him to live if he uses the Swarm Bugs when he's kinda cutting the corner, because it would give him enough XP for Sakuchi, but he didn't do it on time.
It is one of those plays that, like, as soon as you die, you're like, oh, I should have done that. But in the moments, you're just trying to scurry away. And he seemed also genuinely kind of surprised by just how much damage he was taking in such a short moment of time. Top lane, we have a first sprout of the game onto the Hawk. They almost wanted to dive him, but Sides could not find the gap, couldn't close the distance.
Я позволил тебе жить.
A little pause. Mid lane is looking really damn rough for Salar T.
Wait, what? How is this possible? Is this matchup this lopsided mid?
It's not, but they got a lot of kills early on, and I think he's just outplaying him. That's all. Breathe Fire, taking some damage away from Tiny, and he missed some last hit, but it's not that hard to last it with Tiny.
I imagine he probably started the lane with like Bracer full 1, right? After the first 4 kills.
Yeah. Still though, as Tiny, you've got more than enough to get some right clicks. I think what happened is he didn't have a tree. I think that might have been the issue. There was no lumber in his hands.
You know, I know you've been playing Warcraft. In your mind, I could hear you saying, we need more lumber.
Exactly.
So quick pause whilst Respect is trying to get himself back into the game. So unfortunately, Reflect is also not playing 2 games on a row, right? Razor into DK. You know, there was an era of time where these were like, these anchor style offlane heroes were super popular, but times have changed, man. I don't feel like these heroes are as effective from the offlane. I mean, if Elmar is not playing Razor anymore, that should tell you all you need to know about where the hero is at from the offlane right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Can't just get that Midas. I think that's why he's not playing them. He used to just buy Midas and recover with the hero, but now that you cannot do that, I feel like it's a bit harder to lane. If you lose the lane, if you win the lane, great. If you lose the lane, there's no recovery. That's the problem.
What can you do?
Still pause right now as you are waiting for Reflect to return. Let's turn to some good news though for Crab Restaurant. CS leader on the map right now is this Nature's Prophet. Yes, his Lion has died a couple of times. He's died himself earlier, but in terms of just the sheer lane, things are going about as expected. You know, it's a relatively normal situation. They're not pressuring him too much, unlike in the previous game. And one thing about Nature's Prophet, if he gets a decent start, he can sort of ameliorate some of these problems in the other lanes, showing up, providing the numbers, help them get back on track.
He might. He did that last game as well with Ursa. But if you look at the net worth, I know you don't look at the net worth this early on, but I'm looking at it because there were a lot of kills happening, 7-0 already. Even the Grimstroke has more farm than the Prophet. So it looks all right in the CS, but the reality is not that great for them. And the Viper is probably the one that will continue suffering the most, especially every time meta is up. Even without the meta, like 2 levels of Reflection plus Dual Breath and Liquid Fire, as Viper, you're usually dishing out the dots. It's not the other way around.
My worry as well about the way that the Vipers game is going is, even though of course you will have that access to the break at some point, my main worry is that you might be so far behind by the time the break gets into the game that they no longer care. Like, this DK might be like, okay, whatever, I can still kill all of you in a second. The Baron might be like, well, if you're never getting me low enough that I need borrow time in the first place, so I don't need to be broken regardless. That's my main concern with how the game is going right now.
I do think this game might last longer if Viper reconnects, which I hope he does, and it should happen. Like this game versus the last one, they don't have as many heals. You have a Photic Shield to help you push. When it comes to pushing, on paper, it's better because you have meta and form, but these two spells are on long cooldowns, and you don't have any mobility on VP. So you'll be popping your meta and form to push, and that's it. So when it comes to how long this game lasts, it might last more than 20 minutes, more than what happened in the first one. And maybe Crab Restaurant surprises us as well with some sick plays, maybe some split pushing from Prophet and Weaver. I'd love to see that.
Actually, a very good point that like VP has to play as a ball to be successful in this game. They're not going to be like going on individual adventures like we saw in the previous game. Whereas, unlike in the previous game, there is potential for this mid laner to actually get like a proper items to help skirmish and be involved in fights. The same can be true of the Lion. So I think you're right that they have better odds of elongating the game. They also have tools to like delay the push, right? Nature's Prophet can cut waves, Weaver can cut waves, the Lion and the Tiny can just drop their spells onto a creep wave with a Nether Toxin on top of it. Should be more or less enough to eliminate it for the most part. So this game, I'm with you. Could definitely end up taking a lot longer than the previous one.
And you can always elongate the game by pausing. Last game we had it, this game as well.
Yeah. So, not sure what the exact issue is for the Crab Boys.
They didn't say the reason, right? Like, they didn't.
No, they just said sorry.
Yeah, he did reconnect and he reconnected and then DC'd again.
Misplay.
That happens. Maybe some internet issues.
No. Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. It always happens in this region, my friend. At some point, the pause gets too long. One of the players gets antsy. And they had to be like, listen, admins, what's going on here? And to be fair, that is their prerogative, you know? At the end of the day, they're in a competitive environment. We're not playing with your homies. You're playing to get to DreamLeague, so you want to play and abide by the rules, and sometimes the rules go against your opponent. What can you do?
Yeah, for sure. They also probably are planning on... I mean, it is the sad state of affairs. I hope that no Crab Restaurant fans take it against us, but most of these teams like VP and Enigma, they just want to end this series as fast as possible to go play pubs or chill, or maybe even scrim. That's how they usually play. They pick heroes that can push fast as well.
They're playing later on today again, so they know that the longer that this pause continues, the less time they have to, like you say, relax, get their heads in the game for the next portion of the games, which will be in the upper bracket semi-final. For now, though, admin is just saying, please check Faceit. Seems like the communication is happening that side, and I don't believe either of us are on the Facebook platform, so we're just going to have to wait to hear what happens. By the way, when was the last time you played Battle Cup, bro?
I can't remember. I literally cannot remember. When's the last time I played BC? I think it was like 10 years ago or something. maybe I played Battle Cup with some casters around 2018, 2019, like Shiver, Owen, Stacks, you know. But I'm mostly playing only solo queue, like just pubs. That's it.
Are you also the kind of person like? Are you like me, where you feel like you play your best Dota when you're just playing like in a normal pub by yourself without having to like cater to the people? Like, let's say you're playing with the party, all your homies and stuff. Do you feel like your performance degrades a bit?
I don't think it degrades. I just feel like the stakes aren't as high. You know, like when you're party queuing, you're it does the kill, degrade a little bit because you're playing with friends or you're chilling, maybe, you know. But then again, you don't get angry as much, I guess. So that's definitely a big plus.
Oh no, Reflect about to get angry. He just got back into the game. Come on, guys. This is bad form, VP. We all know the rules are that the person that reconnects last, you don't just jump and kill that guy immediately. What the hell, TA2000, bruh?
Yeah, what the hell? You jump him while he's disconnected. You unpause. That's when you kill him.
Exactly. You kill him and then you say, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were DC, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Top lane, 1J about to die here. Will
kill
be a
him,
nice
actually.
kill going for the Nature's Prophet, and they might be able to actually bring down the Hawk. Fortunately, he does have the level 2 Ephonic Shield, pops a Magic Stick as well. That'll keep him going, but very nice kill for the Nature's Prophet to get some revenge for his Viper on the other side.
Yeah, but gets killed.
Well.
He can't.
You know what,
he can't
buddy?
lane
Maybe you
here.
should have just stayed DC.
Yeah. He literally cannot. If he keeps on showing up, they'll keep on killing him. Like, that's it. Like, he literally cannot approach this lane. Now he has to run as well. By the way, I really feel that 1J was playing around fine arts, and that's the reason he died. Because he could have ran. Like, he was absolutely fine to just go back. He didn't have to die of that Lotus Pro.
Some style points, you know? To do his thing. You know, you're talking about this Viper lane bottom where 404 is being harassed right now. This is sort of similar to the thing we're talking about with Razor, where these heroes just simply do not have a catch-up mechanism. Especially from the off lane. Like, from mid or safe lane, maybe, top lane, they're about to go into the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet is gonna die, and so is the Lion. Lion trying to run away right now, but it's not gonna be enough. 1J, with the stroke of fate, this time around, doesn't play around with the fine arts, draws his line straight, and that secures another kill in the top lane.
I'm just waiting for bottom for the same thing to happen. Viper did manage to get level 2, that's nice, but he will die regardless.
Bye-bye. And 404 is there too because he ran underneath a sentry ward. Ice Path will catch him out, so the Tsukuchi duration will end. TA2000 easily able to claim himself a double kill. And at the same time, while this was going down, they were able to bring down this Tiny in the mid lane. Yes, DK did die for it, but ultimately it is still Virtus Pro walking away with a massive map advantage.
Absolutely. They do get, like you said, at least a kill. And it's a kill that they got first. And then the Dragon Knight, so...
Top. This can't happen. This can't happen. This is not allowed. They're just gonna straight up dive this Nature's Prophet. Nobody's around to help him. His mid can't TP in. His mid is bottom though. They're going on to TA2000. They at least need to find the Terrorblade kill.
You're gonna get it.
Doesn't have the meta. One more right click. It goes the way of 404. Oh, I don't know about that one. They really wanted that to go to the Tiny. Sadly, he doesn't get it, but TA2000 is dead for the first time in this game.
A lot of gold, man. A lot of gold is being shared by them, so it's still good. They're not dying. They are losing the tier 1 mid though. Someone needs to go defend versus this big bad dragon. 1-1-4. There's only one bracer though. No 2 bracers. Feels bad, man.
4-4 is in the mix right now. Could drop in a swarm on top. Hasn't chosen to do so just yet. They're just bleeding onto the tower, and now they just stun him heads up with the follow-up Ice Path, Phantom's Embrace to prevent the Tsukuchi, and he just gets eviscerated. Man, they had a can of raid or something because they squashed the bug.
Make the joke. 404 Weaver not found. Come on.
Oh, nice. That was perfect. Well done. Would have been better if he hadn't died. It could have been like 404-040 Weaver not found. Bottom.
Yeah, bot lane, yeah.
Looks like I think they might be jumping onto Reflect again because here comes 1J. Has the fine art talent ready to go. Wants to throw it out. Goes in. He misses onto the Viper sadly. So it looks like Viper will live. Lion might not be so light. Ice Bolt Silence as well as the Weaver. 404. No Tsukuchi available right now. He needs a way out. He can't find it. Lion also dies towards the north. Macropire, Ice Path drop down now forward. Reflect and Tiny losing so much health. They've been so bound together that they cannot escape. Now they've lost one, about to lose the other. Salary team Or at least will be able to dodge the ice pass. So he stays alive for now. Laranov staying on the edge of the fight. There is an avalanche, but no toss. So they can't find him closer towards the tier 2 tower. But be forced to let each other flee. They took the wisdom rune, they took the kill, and they'll just be able to get out.
They lost tier 2000 again, though. This is 2 deaths now on the Terrorblade. They kind of nicely cornered him and killed him from distance, so no Sunder was possible. By the way, what's stronger, Viper Reflect or the reflection of Terrorblade?
Ooh, that's a... Well, at this point, the reflection of Terrorblade.
Yeah, absolutely. Might go for Weaver as well down bottom. 404.
He is
He'll
gonna
live.
be fine. He's fine. By the way, he's a higher level than the Viper. He just now hit level 4.
I mean, he was more in the lane than the Viper, right? Like, more or less, he was the one laning.
Mid lane. Might have some troubles for the Tiny right now. They try to activate Soulbind on top of him. They're slowing him down with the Stroke of Fate. He needs some assistance. They need some help. Nice Hex out onto Laranov to prevent the damage, but the Breeze Fire will emerge regardless. They bring down Celerity. Next to 4 will be the Lion. No escape available for him. 1J dominating streak on the Grimstroke. Pretty incredible plays, and VP, despite suffering some setback, they just will not stop, man. They just keep going right now.
They're looking incredible. There's a DD on DK as well. And the Weaver, he is gone. The problem of going for the maxed out Swarm or find yourself in bad positions very often. I feel like, yeah, Laranov.
They found Lion. They want to get the kill onto Silent. Ice Path is there with the Malcolm. It finds both the Lion and the Nature's Prophet. They brought them both down. Free Fire killing off the Lion. Reflect now, walking through this massive wall of fire. Gonna wish he had it, but he's gonna end up dead as well. Laranov on a double kill streak right now, and they're searching for more. They see the Tiny. They're ignoring the Weaver. He is a small fry right now. Celerity though, with the Avalanche, wants a toss, but he gets silenced, Lizard. Can't get the spell off onto 1J. 1J right now underneath the tier 2 tower, still alive. Daggling his body to make space. They kill off the Tiny. They find the Weaver as well.
Oh.
And they just call it GG, well played. A new record is broken. The fastest game in MESWA history. 10 minutes exactly almost will be the GG point. VP dominated game 2.
Oh, I didn't expect that. You know, when I had this feeling that they might GG, when this last fight, Prophet is dying and he waves. When that wave came on top of the hero, I'm like, okay, this guy's cooking. This guy's pressing some G's. And yeah, we do get a very early GG. 10 minutes in. What can we say, right? Like, these qualifiers, they are usually riddled with teams that are not on the same level like VP, like Nigma, and sometimes you get this. Viper, of course, 0-8 on the offlane. DC maybe had some lag issues as well, but Reflection was the stronger out of the two. You pick Reflect, and then you get Reflection on top of you from the Terrorblade. And you just keep on hitting yourself, and Jakiro with dual breath, of course, so much damage. Just, like you said, maybe if the Lion was there with the Impale to at least stop the aggression. But then they would do the same to the Lion. He'd have that Impale once, and then he died after, so... yeah, nicely done by VP. I think overall the quickest series of our qualifiers that we've had, right?
Any qualifier that's ever happened in MENA, MESWA, all of them,
Yeah.
This is the fastest, right? And for further context of how fast this game is, I just want us to have a quick little look-see, right? All time, my friend, as in from the beginning of professional Dota, 6.74 up until now, there have only been 43 games of Dota faster than this one. Across all regions, across all tournaments, across all qualifiers, if it involves professional players, only 43 times over the last, when did Dota 2 start? Since like 2010, 2011? Since then, there's only been 43 games faster than this. That's insane, dude. That's actually kind of crazy.
I'm shocked that there has been 43 games that have been faster actually as well. That's still a lot of games, but of course we've had How many competitive games did we have, by the way? Do we know?
The
Like,
sample
what's the
size
number?
is 73,135.
So 43 out of 73,000 is not a lot, right? So yeah. Still though, a sub 10-minute game, 9:59 is when they ended it. That's at least for this tournament, it's a record that I don't even know if Nigma can break.
I don't think you want to be part of this record, right? Because as the winning team, does this really feel that good for you? You're just like, whatever, bro. The laning phase ended and the game is over. It doesn't really feel that amazing for us. For the side of the team that's losing, this is one of those debilitating moments that I think is almost impossible to recover from, like a game like this. So I'm very concerned about Crab Restaurant as they go down to the lower bracket, because losing and being dominated is one thing. This is one of those, like you said, when the team themselves feels like they've given up, from that point, it's extremely hard to recover team confidence for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it is, but you kind of know what you're getting yourself into. You're playing versus these teams that are a bit out of your league. So if you do get owned, just you're playing to win against teams on your own level. You're not really playing to qualify. That's how I feel they should approach this qualifier. So I hope that they put up a fight in their upcoming series.
I think for me, the big thing that they need to take back from this is not necessarily their fighting spirit, but the off lane. The off lane for me is a big point of contention for Crab Restaurant. 2 games in a row where the rest of the game is losing, fine, but they're losing within like acceptable margins of error, right? The off lane is just getting demolished both games in a row. And it's one thing to have it happen in this meta right now with how important offlaners are, but it's another thing to happen when you're playing like Viper, Razor, Anchor style offlaners instead of playmaking offlaners. Then you really can't afford to have these kind of drawbacks. So I'm hoping when they get into the second series for the day, when they play later on, or they play tomorrow, not later on today, but I hope they figure something out on how to actually allow Reflect to play Dota, because in both occasions, it's been him that's been shut down primarily, and 404 generally dies trying to save him, which also compromises his game and makes the entire thing careen out of control.
Yeah, like gotta make things a little bit cleaner on that lane. And like you talked about Viper and Razor might not being the best picks. Maybe they can get something that's a bit bulkier or something with some mobility spell that can, get away when the aggression shows up. But like it doesn't really matter. Whatever they picked, whatever they drafted would have done the same. They just need to get an easier opponent. Sometimes it's as when you're fighting versus a guy that's 100 kilos heavier than you and it's all muscle, it doesn't matter if you can do jiu-jitsu or karate, you're gonna get your ass beat. So that's kind of a situation that we just witnessed here.
I love how Lizard is advocating for us introducing weight classes to Dota 2. An idea I could certainly get along with. That would be very fun to witness if we did that. Of course, right now, Virtus Pro, the heavyweights of this matchup, are in through onto the upper bracket. They will be awaiting an opponent from the next matchup that's currently happening at the moment. We don't know what the score is, but they'll be chilling, playing some pubs, watching some replays, and getting ready for that one. Of course, Liz, that means that we must get ready for our next matchup, which will take place in 2.5 hours. So all of you at home, you should actually be very glad that the pauses were as long as they were, because otherwise it would have been legitimately a 3-hour wait for the next game. So we're going to be having Winter Bear taking on Lizard's team, the team of Umbrella Esports. We'll see if they're able to make it happen. Liz, given that Winter Bear has come third consistently for a lot of these qualifiers, will they drop a game, or are we looking at another 2-0?
I'm not sure. Like they are playing versus some interesting team. This team has Lizard in it. They also have a Serbian guy, so I can't really go against them. These are my new fan favorites. I'm all in. I'm all in on Lizard and Shimmer.
Let's go and witness whether or not Umbrella will do it. 2.5 hours, more than enough time for you to take a walk, go get some food for yourself, drink some water, call the people that you haven't spoken to in a while. Just let them know, hey, I'm still out here. And of course, make sure that you are with us to continue the day of Dota 2 action with Snare and Lizard here in the MESWA region. We'll see you in a couple hours.
was blind, but now I see was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. and surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind a covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. tomorrow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For when the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella peranzore tiene buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella peranzore tiene buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in its beak shelan.
sure toils and sneered, we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid he rode, sin old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht gedwali wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk a joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather father's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This Rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches a fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, Ho, the bowls of London. tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella speranzare tiene a man mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella speranzare tiene a man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. Miss, there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. August fire Marish and Krushki in his beer on.
et corona premium. Laures candides ardiris absolvendere.
lilting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time, and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. for it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
Welcome back, one and all, to some more qualifier action here for Dream League Season 26 in the MESWA region, where so far earlier on today, we witnessed Virtus Pro demolishing their opponents on the side of Crab Restaurant. Lizard, by the way, I need to apologize for something, fam. I said at the end of that last game, 10 minutes is the fastest we've seen in this region. I was wrong. There has been one game that happened last year that Nigma won in 9 minutes 47 seconds. So we were just 12 seconds off of like the all-time record in this region.
You were close. So I forgive you. I forgive you for misleading me this time, but don't do it again. We need to keep these records straight. We need to keep the records because everyone in the chat, they want to know what other records will be broken in the upcoming games. When it comes to upcoming series, though, anything record breaking, I don't think so, right? Like, looking at these two teams that are coming up, we should see something at least a little bit more even.
Yeah, I'm expecting this one to be a lot closer than the matchup that we saw earlier on from VP. The thing I find very interesting about this particular situation is that Winter Bear is one of these teams that has sometimes gone 2-1 with some of the lower ranked opponents, but by a hook or by a crook, Liz, they always end up in pole positions here in this particular region. Despite the fact that they don't have like superstars on the team, what do you think it is that allows the squad to be as consistent as they have been for like the last year or so in this region?
Maybe just the love for the game. You know, don't need to have way more than that. I think they're also just like the next set of players that are good, that are decent in the region. So I think that also helps. Just playing a lot, like a lot of these players, by the way, from the region, not necessarily just these teams, are playing in other regions as well, right? They're playing in Europe, practicing, and I think like that's probably the best way to get ahead. You can't continue playing in the same region if you don't have as much talent in it. You kind of need to broaden your horizons, get out. What did you do, by the way, in the break? Did you get out? Did you broaden your horizons, or did you just chill, play some games?
Oh man, I was actually, so like I said to you, I was gonna went to the shops, right? So first I got my things together, went to the shops, bought a couple of things, and then when I was on the way back home, I was like, why am I in a rush, bro? So I took this long meandering walk. So there's like a park just outside of my house, and normally I just walk through the park, around the park. But I went around the park, came back through the park, went around again. I was walking for like a while, bro. I was like, you know what, today is just a good day. So I came back with a lot of fresh air in my lungs, you know, got a lot of vitamin D in my system right now. Now I'm in a good mood right now. I had a very good day. What about you?
You do definitely look that way. It's been raining here for like 2 weeks straight. Like it's been rough. Like no sunshine makes me a dull boy. I'm waiting for it to show up through the window so I can go out and get some vitamin D as well. But what I did is I played some chess, I ate, and then I played some StarCraft. So I think I should have rested a little bit. I feel like I need some hype Dota to bring me back to speed, because basically StarCraft I stopped playing a couple of weeks ago, and I'm on the last 2 missions of. I'm playing campaign, not interrupt. Last 2 missions of Zerg, so it's like the ending basically of the campaign. Those are some long ass missions, you know, like you can. Humbling as well. You're playing versus bots, and you're like, God damn, like I actually have to play properly.
Now you're actually reminding me of how long campaigns used to be in strategy games. Like, now that I think back on it, just how absurdly difficult would it be. I think for me, the one that like really broke my brain was it Tiberium Wars, the Command & Conquer 3 expansion.
Command & Conquer, yeah.
And the last few like missions when you're playing what is the GD? When you're playing GD and you're just like, my God, dude, I've been at this mission for so long. Will this ever end? Can I just see the end of the story, please?
Those were some good games, by the way. Like Quest, right? Tiberian Sun. Right?
Tiberian Sun was earlier, yeah. Tiberian Sun, and then CNC3 had just regular CNC3. Then it was the expansions were Tiberium Wars, and then Kane's Wrath. Kane's Wrath was really good. That one was very enjoyable.
And then Red Alert.
Red Alert
1, Red Alert 2. It's good stuff. Good stuff. By the way, do you know that in those games they had like cutscenes that were really well made? You had like basically the cutscenes were real. It wasn't animated. It was like you remember those. So the guys that acted in those cutscenes, they weren't hired actors. They were just the devs from the team. So they were really just the developers. Like, okay, you look bold enough. Get on the screen. You're gonna be the bad guy. Ivan,
if I remember
you look
correctly,
Russian enough. Get
wasn't also like some of the first campaigns with Kane? I think it was in Red Alert. Wasn't that some of the first games to use like Bink video inside the game itself, where you could actually have those fully animated, fully realized cutscenes? I believe that was the case. If I'm wrong about that,
yeah. I think so. You're right.
Man, classic games. By the way, how did your chess go? I know you like playing bullet chess. Did you win? Did you lose? How did it go?
It's all right. Like I drew games. I got +1 versus 1800 rated guy. It's not too bad. I'm not too highly rated as well. So the games are basically looking like some Herald Dota. Everyone is just doing their own thing, and someone is gonna come out on top. But like looking at Herald Dota, the upcoming games are definitely not gonna be that.
Segue.
Yeah, they're not gonna be that, right? Like we have Malfurion and the boys on Winter Bear. At least these guys looked like they can put up a fight, even versus tier 1 teams. Like at least they don't get crushed 10 minutes in.
I like what you were saying earlier about how this particular stack of players is like the next up within the region. I think for me, Malfurion, Kachal, and Pastel have reliably and consistently impressed me, even if they don't get to the next heights. What's probably missing for them is, we've seen it in other regions, right? For example, some of these Mongolian players who got poached from like some random stack, they get put into like much better teams, and then you get to see the individual flair of these players shown. So what I'm kind of hoping for is one of two things, right? Either this team stays together long enough that they actually become a powerhouse in the region, or enough other people start watching this region and being like, you know, we are kind of missing a very aggressive type of core player. Yeah, Malfurion, bro, what are you up to these days? Come through, let's check things out. And then he goes through, suddenly you find some next superstar in the region, he gets brought up as well. And then all of a sudden you have a healthy ecosystem in MESWA. I'm kind of hoping that's the case, but what do you think is more likely? The former case of them just gradually improving by themselves, or the latter case of them getting poached and finding new superstars as a result?
I feel like the most probable case scenario is they stay as they are, and Nigma and VP continue, or Chimera or whatever they're called, continue taking all the slots in the region, because like it's one thing to improve and get better, and they can do that if they stick together, but it's another thing to win qualifier versus these other teams that are in the pool, because they're just way too good. In comparison, like this isn't some open qualifier where you have like somewhat decent teams. No, these are somewhat perhaps decent teams, maybe one of them, and then you have absolute superstars like from 2 different regions. So it's like the difference is really damn high, but it does give us some record-breaking, shaking Dota, right, Snare?
Yep. We got records broken in the previous game, fastest ever. I don't mean in this region, I don't mean in this patch, as in there's never once in the entire history of Dota been a Templar Assassin that built a Revenant's Brooch as fast as we saw in the previous game from Laranov. We've only 42 times ever seen faster games than what we saw in the previous one. And remind me if I'm correct, I believe in the last qualifiers that we did together in this region, I think there were 3 different records that were broken. 2 of them for item timings, and then 1 of them for like overall gold deficit between 2 teams. So yeah, certainly, unfortunately, Winter Bear were not involved in any of them, of those record breaks. So if I'm on the side of Umbrella, right, I'm this young team, you were speaking about them earlier, some young Syrians coming into the mix here. If I'm them, of all the opponents I could have faced in the first round, to me, I think this is a good one because they're strong enough to push me to get better, but not so strong that I have no chance in the contest.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the lobby and checking these guys out, like seeing what they've got on their profiles. They have some fun profile pictures, anything like that. Unfortunately, they have 3 Syrians, 1 Serb, 1 Russian. I feel like, right? Like that's the Umbrella Esports. You know, I feel like maybe they can make an upset here. You never our team. In the qualifier, we haven't seen these guys before, I believe, right? At least I can't remember that we did. So maybe they can put up a fight.
4 new teams, right? Because we haven't seen Silver Whisper, we haven't seen Umbrella, we haven't seen Zone Academy, and we haven't seen Crab Restaurant that we saw earlier today. So that's kind of also one of the things I kind of enjoy but don't enjoy about this region is you know that you're getting 3 teams guaranteed, right? There'll always be Winter Bears, there'll always be Nigma, and then there'll be Chimera, VP, whatever the Eastern European stack is going to be. You'll probably have either winners or what is that other team? Also with the W, Wolves, I think, something like this. And then the other 4 are just
winners
random.
And yeah, that's true. We have some winners, Winter Bears, Winter Wolves. We used to have the Kodiak Bears as well. Remember?
Yeah,
like those guys too. Yeah. We had Kodiak Bears. But I remember some of these nicknames, even though they're not in the same team. So I feel like it's just a mix of similar players, but with different mixes. They just enjoy Dota and want to play these kind of tournaments. And I truly respect that because, like, you have to play games versus teams that are better than you to improve. And this is probably the best possible place to be if you're one of these upcoming youngsters from the region. Like, you don't get too many of these chances to play versus Nigma, VP, and then even other players that are in the region that are as good or maybe a bit better than you.
Well, we're going to be figuring out right now if they have been able to take on these lessons being learned from players that are better than them, from teams that have been succeeding ahead of them as we get into our second series of the day. Winter Bear versus Umbrella. Let us see what the draft is going to look like here. On the side of the first pick, we have Umbrella Esports. On Radiant side, Winter Bear has second pick on Dire. We saw PA first pick in game 1 earlier today, and then the second game was Weaver, I believe, after PA got banned. If you're Umbrella right now, what do you want? Let's assume PA is going to be banned. What else do you assume is going to be very high up in the priority for them?
Radiant team banned.
I'm not sure. There's a lot of heroes that are good, right? Like some PA, Abaddon, Darkseer, Prophet, Jakiro, Weaver. There's just so many good heroes. The Tinker is, by the way, one of the best heroes right now. But if not the best, position 5, but you gotta be able to pick him. And I feel like if you're not like high immortal, you probably aren't picking this hero as a position 5 because it does take a little bit of extra micro to be able to use him completely. So another hero that I really want to see.
I like these bands.
Is the Terrorblade. Yeah. Which one do you like the most?
Nature's Prophet ban because Malfurion Stormrage, that's his best hero. Remember last qualifier where they almost beat, I forget if it was Chimera or Enigma, but they were running this Malfurion Stormrage Prophet and he was posing a real problem. So I imagine he's not going to be allowed to play it for the rest of the qualifier.
Well, his nickname is Malfurion Stormrage, and in Dota 1, Prophet, like his character was Malfurion Stormrage. Like that's where they got where they got him from. Like even now he looks very much like Malfurion, right? Like Nature's Prophet, that is. If you switch his face up a little bit, it's the same model. more or less.
There's the other hero that you didn't want to see. Tinker gone, removed by Umbrella, and the opening of a Bristleback. Now, I'm going to say something that I never thought I'd ever be saying, right? You know how much I love Bristleback, right?
5 seconds.
I am 100% convinced that Bristleback is no longer a first phase hero.
Radiant team banned.
I don't feel like this hero can get away with as much as he used to be able to. So I'm not as happy to see it in the first phase. I prefer seeing it second phase after you get like yourself some Warlock, some Huerta, hell, even some Snapfire nowadays that we see coming up more and more.
What makes you feel that way about Bristle, by the way?
10 seconds remaining.
The scaling is not the same, and there's more heroes in the meta right now that actually present a real threat to him. So, for example, you have heroes like AA that are constantly in the meta that are really, really annoying to deal with. We've been getting more like uncontrollable magic damage heroes coming out, and Bristleback genuinely struggles quite a lot against that. Also, I think that like the old build that you used to go for on the Bristleback, going straight in like Ags, Bloodstone, you don't feel as oppressive when you go for that style of build. So then you're a bit more interested in thinking, well, does my team need utility? But when you're playing with utility as BB, you know, you pick BB to feel like the biggest, baddest, most oppressive hero in the middle of a team fight. You don't always get that with the old build. With the new builds that people pick up now, you don't feel that same degree of impact. And also, a lot of these carry heroes that are being played right now are a bit too elusive. So you as Bristleback don't get the opportunity to just like sit there in front of them, having them eat all that damage. You know, they can come in and out, poking you more and more, and you really don't enjoy that playstyle.
Yeah,
5
absolutely.
seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Your PAs, your Slarks are being played. Slark not as much, but PA definitely bringing that break in as well, right? Earth Spirit though. So there's a guy in my Discord, and a couple of days ago well, not a couple of days ago, a couple of weeks ago when the new patch just hit, he made a small post in which I don't know which AI, but maybe Gemini or someone like that. He asked which heroes are the biggest winner of this patch, and it answered Jakiro and Earth Spirit. And it was spot on with Jakiro. Jakiro has been played like all the damn time. But Earth Spirit on the other side, on the other hand, completely ignored in 99% of the games. Not played mid, not played as support, not played as offlane, safe lane, carry, courier, not played at all. Not played as a ward. Like no one likes Earth Spirit. And I'm really not an Earth Spirit player. Like this is one hero that, as a position for, I can play it. I can cast buttons. That's not the problem. I just don't feel very comfortable on him. And I wonder, what do you feel about him right now? Like you might play it a bit more.
Earth Spirit's one of these heroes that like I've never really enjoyed playing. I also don't really know.
Oh, you're the same. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm the same. I have no idea, honestly. And part of the problem as well is that I haven't really seen people utilizing the ready to roll facet. So maybe that's the idea, you know, get that and those absurd bonuses going when you enter these fights. But honestly, since the patch dropped, since we got that new facet, I've literally not once seen him in a game of mine. So I just don't know.
Yeah, his facets were a joke. Like his innate and facets were a joke when they just got added. They were really bad. But people still played him mid a little bit. Right now, not even mid is he played. On the other side, we do see a Panda. Like already you have something from the Earth Spirit. You can silence him. And they open up with 2 cores on Umbrella. Maybe not usually the best way to open. There's also not a lot of flex.
Disruptor.
But they get a Disruptor as well. Okay, we're definitely cooking here. We're definitely cooking. We're cooking some good stuff. Maybe not the dish that is served, not contemporary food for sure, but this is some good stuff. Very spicy.
I was actually, before we saw the Disruptor, I was contemplating there's some potential for Bristleback to go position 5. You know, Snot Rocket did get buffed in the last couple of patches, but they say, nah, we are not going to go the ZZQ route. We're just going to pick up the Raptor, drag back the Earth Spirit. We have some silence, and we have some way to just hold people closer so the Brewmaster can dish out his damage. All right, I do think Disruptor is one of these heroes that sometimes gets overlooked in the current meta just because of how strong some of the other 5s are. But I do think Disruptor is like up there with one of the best position 5s in the game right now.
5 seconds remaining.
This is a hero that's hard to nerf. No matter what is happening, if you can, as long as your glimpse isn't gutted, as long you can find usage for the Disruptor and Faceless Void. I mean, on paper, not too bad into Weaver. If you're expecting a Weaver core, Faceless Void tends to be alright. They ban out the Doom. Yeah, we'll see what else. I feel like you might have to ban a Viper as well if you want to have a game on Faceless Void. Maybe not, depending on how they feel like and what winter like. I'm looking at this from Herald perspective. I'm just looking at it like what hero beats what in the lane, and that's it. I'm not going into meta and stuff like, because these guys are not really playing meta. Winter Bear a little bit, but Umbrella absolutely not.
Radiant team back.
Question, actually, since we're not looking at this from a pure meta perspective, given that they don't have natural damage into the Chronosphere right now with the first 3 heroes, even after the nerf to Time Zone, do you still go Time Zone and then you rely on Disruptor to hold the heroes in position further?
I think not. If you're a carry Faceless Void, maybe you should just go for Chrono and pick an Invoker here. Maybe that solves all your issues. You get Cataclysm to work with, and suddenly you have like this. No matter what MMR you are, if you're chronoed and hit by a Cataclysm, you're probably dead. It doesn't care about your MMR. So I'd like to see that. You might get countered a bit on mid, but who cares? It's this new age Invoker actually does all right versus most things.
Good idea. It could also mean that Bristleback is 5, but I'm not unhappy about that. And indeed, Bristleback is a support, unless Magnus is a support. So they're going to flex the Mag on Bristleback and decide at the end of the draft. I would prefer that Magnus gets more priority, but it could be Bruce support as well, you're right. It could also be Void support. We've seen that before.
It could be Void. Most recently, Void was played as support, and he was played as support the most. But
this would be, as a support Void game, I'm just telling you, this would be amazing. Earth Spirit, Weaver, Coddle. Man, those are just amazing targets for my time dilation right there.
Yeah, they are. If only...
You may now select your heroes.
If only Time Zone still worked. But it doesn't. I don't know these players who plays what, by the way, so I actually have to wait and see in the laning stage where they're gonna go. There is one draft that makes a lot of sense and another draft that is okay-ish, but has some weaknesses. And the one that makes a lot of sense is the Winter Bears draft. The other one, there's like, I don't see the synergy between 4 melee heroes with Void. He did go for Time Zone at least, so that's much nicer. Now I can see the synergy. And you do have Disruptor that you said, like he's gonna have that kinetic field and to hold them in the Time Zone. So that's kind of nice. I can see it working. I like it with just that small little adjustment of no, he went Chronosphere. Never mind, take it all back.
Personally, I do prefer Time. I don't know, man, this doesn't feel like a great Chronosphere game to me. Like, the amount of time it's going to take for this Void to get to the point where I'm actually afraid of a Chrono. As an Alchemist, if I'm playing Alchemist, by the time I get Chrono the first time, it's going to take like the 3rd Chrono of the game before I'm even remotely worried about dying within the Chrono. And that kind of worries me, just because the rest of this lineup on Umbrella, they have lots of teamfight, right? Brewmaster, Disruptor, Magnus. But brother, where is the damage on this lineup?
Yep. By the way, isn't Malfurion carry? He is, right? He used to be.
He is, yeah.
So, where's Alchemist going? Is this like some...
Right. Kachal did pick the Alchemist, yeah.
Is this some Aghanims building support Alchemist, or is Weaver a support? Because Weaver, he's got 3... yeah, they're both cores for sure. Okay, so the cores are Alchemist, Weaver, and Earth Spirit. I believe Alchemist will be on the offlane, and Weaver will be most likely on the safe lane with Tusk. I think that would make the most sense, because Tusk Weaver with tag team is really strong. I don't really like that he went for Hive Mind on a position 1 Weaver though.
Yeah, I don't like
that's
this
one
either.
thing. Yeah, basically you have to go for more levels of the Swarm, but you have Tusk with you, and you have tag team, so you'd rather have Gemnet attack, but you'd just rather have Gemnet attack regardless. Because
top lane, let's see if they can get this quick cash onto Disruptor. He dodges the first stone, he should be fine. Very nice. Broke their smoke as well while he was at it, and I don't think they saw him blocking the camp.
30 seconds.
Did they? Oh, they did. Okay. Johnny's gonna deward it. It's all good. What? Also, it seems like the Bristleback is indeed gonna be playing position 5 with the items that he's bought right now. Looks like Disruptor's going into the offlane as the pause 4.
So 5 Bristle, yeah. Well, we have seen that in the past, right? It's not Rocket. Could be annoying. Could definitely be annoying. But this bot lane is also not that simple for a Snot Rocket Bristle, I have to say.
Yeah, small skirmish over this ward right now.
Small, this is massive.
Sunshi taking so much damage. What a massive blast. They are about to bring down the Brewmaster as well as the Disruptor. And it's not over just yet because they also managed to get the connection onto this BB. 3 heroes died. Does cost them the life of Kachal from the offlane, but what a start to the game. And to make matters worse, did they get the rune? They did. They also got the rune as well. That is just a terrible start to the game for the side of Umbrella.
Holy moly! That was the manliest 4-on-4 that I have ever seen. Literally just everyone running into each other's spell. Damn! Beautiful. They have to be beautiful.
Did almost 900 damage in that fight.
Guy is a boss. Illuminate.
Oh, mid lane. Might see another kill here. Skewer underneath the tier 1 tower. Pastel, can he get away from this? The tower going up the hill. It will connect, but he did manage to bottle on the way up. Dude, if they don't get that early kills, right, and the early gold for the bottle, he actually just dies there and it gives first blood to Magnus. Bottom lane, we are going to end up losing Coddle. One more hit of the right click is going to be enough. And the Brewmaster able to make it happen. And the tip on top. And the PM.
Damn! Is Mad Boy right there. His nickname is not very nice as well, by the way, I have to say. If you translate it, it's not very nice. But he seems like a nice guy, regardless. Okay, they made a small comeback, very nice, in the lane, at least down bottom. This, you gotta... Coddle is one of the fastest heroes, but he has no boost, no wind lace. And then the kill mid. A mid kill.
Solo kill, brother.
You were doing
and
very
it's
well.
one thing to solo kill the enemy Earth Spirit if you drag him underneath your tier 1 like you tried earlier. He dove the Earth Spirit's tier 1 and still gets the kill. Yo! Shut MESWA! We're seeing some stuff here, baby. We have a game on our hands.
Yeah, we have a game. I was thinking this is gonna be bot lane as well now. Look at this. Another one.
Getting gone on. He's gonna die. The Faceless Void gets the kill and there's not enough follow-up damage from Delight. This offlane Alchemist dead for the second time in this game. We have more than a game on our hands. We have a close one too.
Holy moly. And the DC on the Tusk. He's raging out. Stun. Yeah, crazy game so far. Boots on Bristleback already. He can run you down with Goo. And what's a problem as well for Delight on this Coddle, he doesn't have Blinding Light, and he went for Illuminate. I feel like he dealt a lot of damage in that fight, but it's almost never reverted now, going for Illuminate level 1. I love Illuminate position 4 Coddle, but not having Blinding Light just makes you very susceptible to some feed streaks in the lane.
Speaking of his lane, actually, he's being paired up with the Alchemist right now. We touched on the fact that it was going to be Alch offlane. It is indeed the case. What do you make of Alchemist when he is in the offlane position here? Like, what's the build? How effective is the hero relative to playing carry?
I mean, I think he just wanted to play Alch. I think Winterberry probably feel that they're much stronger, which so far in the laning stage they didn't really demonstrate, but they might have felt they're stronger. They went for the Alchemist. He's actually queuing up Radiance. Some games we see this from the offlane Alchemist where they go full carry mode, and some games we see something a bit more selfless, maybe Aghanim's build or maybe some Solar Crest Blink build, you know, just making sure that they can fight all the time. You play around your stun, be pretty strong. But so far he has Radiance queued up, so he wants to carry.
See if he's able to get there in time. Gonna still take a while, especially with the pace that he's setting at the moment after the secondary death in the game. For Umbrella, how are the other lanes going? Mid lane obviously is going to be a win for them. They got that solo kill. Magnus should be able to just win the lane naturally anyway, so he's got a massive boost. And this top lane, you were mentioning how Malfurion's going to be forced into going for the Swarm. For me, the big impact about going for this is you still will be able to get your farm in the lane, but without Geminate attack, there's very little hope of actually killing these heroes, the Disruptor and the Brewmaster here. So you're just going to have to play the lane a lot more honestly, so you don't have the opportunity to just like continually chain punish the Disruptor for being out of position.
Yeah, you can probably still bring enough damage to kill him, but it is a bit harder. Gemnet attack is just absolutely wonderful. They have Snowball, they don't. TP out, easy clap. He did TP to base. That's one mistake, by the way, from the Disruptor. Like, now he's gonna have to run all the way back top. Could have TP to the tier 1 tower.
He still had 3 tangos and enough money to buy a salve as well, so I'm not sure why he went all the way home.
I just panic maybe. They go on you, you press, you spam that TP.
To be fair, they also went on him right after the pause, and we've spoken at length about how pauses can just disrupt your flow of Dota, so it makes sense. Down bottom. They might go Charl again. Just gonna turn around with the stun. Throws it onto the bristleback, so Ebushi will be okay. Another contestation over these little lotuses. Cirrus falls extremely low, but so does Delight. Neither one of the carriers, though, wants to really commit too much for this one, so looks like it'll just be a cessation of hostilities down bottom. As top lane, they're diving in onto the Disruptor. Not going to be able to kill him. The Swarm Bug dies when he's on 13 HP, Liz, but he will live.
Yeah, he will, and Brew. One thing that he's not doing is he's not killing this bug fast enough. I don't think he's respecting how much XP Malfurion is getting off of that. He's gonna be level 4 now. That's kind of insane. Like, he got so much XP.
Level 4 versus the level 2 Brew, and now he does have a point into the Geminate attack. So these heroes need to be very careful in this top lane. Honestly, I'm very shocked that they haven't dove again just yet. I'm gonna wait for the next wave,
maybe.
probably.
Yeah, next Ice Shards, I feel like if they can catch someone in them, they'll probably go. Brew, 17-1 charges, boots. He's not an easy target to kill, even if you do get everything on him. He's got the roll out the barrel at least, so that makes him a little easier to kill.
There's gonna be a TP top. They're bringing the Magnus here. They want to try and make a play happen. SY gets a very nice shockwave. They're looking towards this Weaver. He does have Sakuchi in 2 seconds. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. The Glimpse secures the kill, and now look at this. The pushback onto the Disruptor enables him to survive a moment longer, and though it won't keep his life alive, it might open up the space for a turnaround. Instead, the turnaround comes from the other side. It's the Rolling Thunder coming in from this Earth Spirit. Not able to find himself an escape though. SY, he dies to the damage from the Rolling Boulder as well as the Ice Shot Snowball combination. So the top lane ends up being a 2-for-1 exchange. This time though, Winter Bears make the better rotation.
Yeah, but that right there was the perfect example why you cannot go for Hive Mind Carry Weaver. Or you can, but you will be punished more often than not bot lane. Kachal, he should be fine. Yeah. Or if he turns, maybe he won't be fine. Let's see.
He's actually dead. Sunsy's here. They got level 2 glimpse. He's dead. He's dead, bro. He's dead. They're gonna glimpse him. He's caught right there. Cyrus gonna try and finish him off. It's gonna be the cool spray that gets the kill, but still ends up going in their favor.
We got a game, Monsieur Snare.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a long one, I feel, as well.
Oh, top lane might lose Brewmaster, but no, he's fine. He's fine.
This is looking way closer than any other game, because like when you look at the both teams, they're the way they move and the way they play, it makes me feel like they're literally the same MMR, and that's like ranked 4000 or maybe unranked Immortals. That's truly how it feels to me. A lot of, like, you can see that they have the skill in their fingers, but a lot of moves perhaps are unnecessary. Makes for a fun Dota 9 out of 10 times. I'm hyped. Like, I actually woke up.
I mean, you said at the beginning that you wanted an exciting game. That's what we're getting right now. Oh, bottom? Kajal? He started channeling the stun. He's gonna self-stun here. And they saw him. They know that this happened, but they don't have enough move speed to catch up in time. Kind of a dangerous moment. On the other side, though, Pastel wants to try and secure his team positioning around the shrine here, as they're potentially going onto Sunshi as well. There's a lot of magnetized damage going out onto the Disruptor. Should be able to stay alive for now, though. Trying to TP out. He does get home. He's all good.
Yeah, what about bot?
Bottom. Oh, first chrono of the game is going to lead to a self-stun on the Alchemist as well. And now here comes in Pasto. Going to try and make sure that they burst away this Faceless Void. They kill the Bristleback first. And TP out is going to be forced from this Faceless Void. First chrono of the game. Not only do they get a kill on their side, they also take back their shrine. So that's a lot of experience going the way of Winter Bears.
Yeah, no Geo Grip on Earth Spirit. Maybe they could have killed the Void as well if they had that one. But Winter Bears moving a bit nicer, taking top. However,
they try to go for this kill here, but they haven't tried to trigger out the kinetic field just yet. The attempted TP, will it be there in time? Yes. No RP available from SY. No way to cancel the TP out. Really close moment for Malfurion Storm Rage. He's gone.
Dude, having level 3 Swarm on a Carry Weaver is illegal. I'm gonna just call it illegal. Like, you don't move through the camps fast enough. You don't farm fast enough. You don't have a way of getting away. Pastel also doesn't have a way, unfortunately for him.
Does have a way to the fountain though. It's going to be given an express trip by the Winter Bears lineup. Like, thanks boys, I'm going to go hang out in the fountain. I appreciate it. That's also one, the point that you're making about his farm speed, right? Is he has all this experience, but in this point in time, for the next like 5-7 minutes, where he's not really going to be encountering enemy heroes, he's going to be so reliant on the swarm to farm. But even at high levels, the cooldown on this spell is just extreme.
Yeah, it's lower than the level 140 seconds, sure, but it's definitely nicer. But it's still, I'd still rather have Sukuchi 2 times or even 3 times than the Swarm once. And it's like, once you get level 4, really damn strong in teamfights as well.
Even though they got that kill just now, we'll talk about it in a second, they're jumping in onto the Faceless Void. They want to try and bring down Cyrus. Rush forward by Malfurion Storm Rage, but again, only level 1 Sakuchi, so he has no way to catch up to the time of this Faceless Void. He's going to wait for him on the high ground. He hit him with this time dilation. What can he do here? Time Walk is going to be available. Okay, thankfully Delight is there to hit him with that young chakra magic, give him back his cooldowns. But one thing I was going to mention is you saw that kill onto the Alchemist. It took them so long for the side of Umbrella, despite the fact that he was literally 1v4 for 30 seconds.
I'm just gonna go once again. Oh, you know what I learned? So basically there was a change to this support Weaver, where Hivemind got nerfed. It got nerfed in a way that if you use Yules or Astral Imprisonment, basically anything that makes you invincible destroys the bugs. Well, guess what? Time Walk makes you invincible for a second. So Faceless Void, every time he gets the Swarm on him, all he needs to do is use Time Walk and the bug is gone. Like, he doesn't actually have to hit it. So I wasn't even, like... I completely forgot about that interaction. I thought that will not be the case, but it is.
No, honestly, one of my favorite parts about being part of working Dota is when you're watching a game, you're with somebody, and then you both discover some new interaction that you didn't know about before. You're like, oh, that's how it works. I see.
It's like a relationship, we find things out about each other, but also about our love child, Dota. Kachal?
Kachal's out here. He should be fine, right? There is a chrono, yes, but they have a glimpse back. Do they have the damage to finish him off? We're trying to channel up the stun right now. They're holding the Coddle at bay. There's going to be a blinding light force forward, and they realize they actually don't have the damage to do this. They back off on the side of Umbrella.
Oh, he didn't go for recall actually on Keeper. Interesting as well. Going for... That's also fine. It's not that bad versus some of these heroes. It's just like in competitive, I think recall is generally better.
Now. Magnus is about to die, isn't he? Gonna try for this though. Reinforcements coming in. Oh no!
Gets chronoed.
Whiffed chronoed. Only catches his own teammates. They managed to get out with his Earth Spirit. Now can they pursue the further fight? Malfurion Stormrage on the front lines gets himself RP'd, held in position, and he's killed. No way to survive this one. And now can they pursue the further fight? Cyclone up onto the Coddle. Delight almost certainly to end up falling here. That will indeed be the case. 2 heroes brought down. Despite the whiffed Chronosphere, they still can win the fight thanks to the RP as well as the Brewmaster ultimate.
You don't get it. That was a zoning chrono.
Glimpse back. Look what they found. It's Pastel. Can they kill him in time? No, they cannot. That's the one weakness we identified about their draft, the lack of damage. So when they lack damage, all is going to be bad for them. But underneath towers, when they can level all their spells, it looks very good.
Yeah, disables as well, right? Like they have RP and Glimpse and that's and Chrono, but very costly. And the Glimpse back home.
He messed up. Malfurion messed up. He got Glimpse, but he used time lapse before the Glimpse finished, so it still sends him back to the fountain.
Yeah. Oh, he can go back somewhere else to farm. He's queuing up a Midas, by the way. Yeah. This isn't a hero that, as the game progresses, becomes stronger and stronger against the enemy team. You do become stronger, of course, but I'd rather see him apply pressure than buy a Midas. Especially with this build, like he went Dragonlance Falcon Blade. I feel like this is Desto with a shard after, almost always.
Gonna try and get a kill top. Let's see if they can catch up to the Brewmaster, and indeed they can. Yep. He ends up before the Earth Spirit arrived because Malfurion, yet again, only has level 2 into Sakuchi, so the cooldown was really long. He couldn't keep up the chase, but thankfully Pastel was there to make it easy.
It's like, he's level 9 now, but the enemy carry is also level 9. It's like, this Hive Mind almost... It doesn't feel that impactful, basically. Even though the Void is 204, so that does
Radiant's
help.
top tower is under attack.
Smoke play right now from Umbrella. Where are they going to go? There might be a small contest around the Wisdom Shrine, sadly already being taken away by this Tusk, but Faceless Void took the other one. So this time they will not be bereft of all that experience like they were last time.
Yep, both teams snatching the shrines. Alchemist farming a lot, by the way. He has a absolutely massive stack in the jungle.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I guess with if you play this Alchemist offlane and the game is going this slowly, where the enemy team is not really applying that much pressure, you can sort of get away with having 2 carries, right? So you can guarantee the outscale on the enemy team.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. All you gotta do is just farm, farm, farm. And you do have an Alchemist, so you should come out on top. Generally, you should at least. That's what Alchemist does the best, right? He farms faster.
I just realized something. When you are outlining the fact that Malfurion is going for the Midas, he's going for Midas while his offlaner is going for Radiance, bro. That is just greed redefined. And guess what? Not Pastel is doing on the mid Earth Spirit, also going for Hand of Midas.
Yeah. These guys want to take it slow and steady. They want to take it late. They want to wrestle in the mud for an hour, you know? Who cares about objectives early on when you can... What's crazy is they're playing like they're behind, you know? The way they're itemizing and playing. Just because of that one RP chrono under the tier 1 tower, I feel like it made them feel they're behind, so they have to do this. When in fact, they're 1k ahead with an Alchemist, which isn't amazing, but far from being bad.
The Alchemist might be in danger here, though. There's a smoke, 3 heroes coming from the north. Disruptor already scouting him from the south. He is in some peril here. They're gonna go on the Raptor in the meantime. Does drop the Static Storm, but now they have found Kachal. Can Kachal get out of here? Dive forward. We do have Chrono, but I don't want to expend it just yet. Just a free kill onto Kachal, but now Fury and Storm Rage caught inside the Chrono. Do they have the damage to kill him? No. He's still alive for now, but now he's been dusted up, trying to escape. doing his utmost to get out of here. Unfortunately, he has now been caught. He has now been killed. They will lose the Magnus in exchange for this, though. It's not a free fight for the side of Umbrella, but they can still get more out of this, as Sirius is able to now bring down the additional support on the Tusk. Earth Spirit falls as well. Delight needs to get the hell out of here. Try to TP out right now. Bash, no. Sirius not so lucky, but nonetheless, they have won the fight. 4-2, a massive influx of gold for their lineup. And although they lost some very important core heroes, the most important one does survive, both Brewmaster as well as the Faceless Void.
Dude, Faceless Void dealt 5,000 damage that fight. Like, what in the hell? I guess time dilation is absolute.
In its use now, SY able to get the RP. It only catches the Weaver. So they are still alive with Cyrus here, but they end up just losing the Magnus. Cyrus trying to get out. He managed to destroy the bugs, like you mentioned, through the immediate jump. What a nerf to Weaver, honestly. With this, it was tough enough already, fam. Now it's even worse.
Yep. Absolutely.
Goes up the stun, finds Bristle. Underneath the tower, they do get this kill. And they need this building. Like, one thing that's been really plaguing them is that even if they find these skirmishes, they have not brought down any major structures outside of the top one. So this one has to go away.
Yeah, 5-main Dota. 5-main Dota, 15, 17, 18 minutes in, straight into the Tormentor, because that's still up and available. They have a lot of minus armor. They have the Tusk. This should be quick. Who gets it? Let's see. All of these shards are good. Tusk gets it. The other one was on Coddle, which was an option as well. He actually already has his. So it was between Coddle, it was between Tusk and Earth Spirit.
You were doing very well.
I guess you're happier with the Tusk, right? Like, the other one is also fine, but...
The other one gets like better later in the game. Right now, I think this is fine. Something interesting as well that I want your opinion on right now. So the way that the game has been unfolding, obviously it's been a lot of skirmishing, a lot of fighting. Do you think Deso is the right item for Malfurion to go on his Weaver right now?
Well, if you skirmish a lot, you generally want the Deso. It's good. I feel like Deso on Weaver in general is good. Like, there are different ways of building this hero. There's like 3-4 different builds for carry Weaver, and all of them are decent. I don't mind the Deso at all. Like, if you wanna farm a lot, you can go for a Mjolnir build. But you can also fight with that one, of course, as well. This one is good, but I don't see a shard queued up, and that bothers me a bit. Because this build, for it to work really well, you need a shard.
Kill onto Delight. That's where I was going next, is that, like, for me, whenever you go Deso, you kind of need shard as well to make it really good. So the gold investment is more extreme than just going for straight up Mjolnir. And we'll talk about gold in a second, because there's going to be an engagement going in the top lane. They have found this Alchemist. They also found Weaver. They clipped them both back into the RP. Do they want a Chrono on top of this? Not necessary so far. Static Storm doing so much damage, but they don't get any of the kills that they need in the opposite direction. They've already lost the Alchemist, they've lost the Weaver. Finally, the reinforcements are able to bring down the Faceless Void, but it's still a massive loss overall. Umbrella, can they reach for more? They have vision right now onto Johnny. They see where the Tusk is at. Pastel, he rolls in, but maybe it's not the place he really wants to be. Massive magnetized though, catching onto 3. They're all able to bring down SY right now, and as well as the Disruptor falling low to all this AoE magic damage. Massive fight here from Pastel. He's gonna roll forward. Perhaps looking for the Bristle. Not going to be able to get that catch. But, man, this Spirit Vessel and the damage he laid out with this Magnetize. Oh, my goodness. I don't think he just turned this fight, Liz. I think this might have just turned the whole damn game.
He's massive on the Earth Spirit. Will be buying out his Midas finally now with this fight. So he's gonna be very rich boy. The problem with this very rich boy is that he's an Earth Spirit versus some heroes that generally love buying BKBs, plus versus a Brewmaster that just doesn't care lately with his ultis. So you gotta make it work right now, and he is making it work for now on the Earth Spirit. Once those BKBs are up, the game becomes tough for him.
Throw the stun out onto this Bristle. Should have enough to get the easy kill here. So we got the Midas onto the Earth Spirit. Tusk has his own Midas as well. Alchemist has Radiance. The Weaver did give up on the Midas idea, but did go for the Deso. So I don't think Winter Bear ever heard the phrase, or they must have heard the phrase, greed is good, and they took it to heart. That's not a cheat, that is just the ethos of how to play Dota.
Yeah, he's going for BKB next on Weaver. I'm not sure if I love it. Like, you are playing into Chrono and RP. There's of course a reason why you want to get it. You're playing into a Disruptor. Static Storm is really good against you. But yeah, it's not like the highest value BKB game ever, but still it makes the game easier for you, and I'm completely fine with that. You can just press the BKB and care only about the big spells. You won't get messed with by some Cyclone and Glimpse and stuff.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Wouldn't you rather he just goes for like raw high stats? So like SMY, Scotty, Heart, or something like this?
Yep. I mean, that was my point. These kind of items are better if you... It all depends, really. Like, BKB makes it easier for 99% of players to play the game, so go for it if you really like it. He could go SNY Skadi as well, which would be decent, even into all these melee cores, but this is also fine.
Personally, that's the build that I generally tend to go, the SMI Scotty. Just become practically unkillable. In the meantime, Bristleback did die elsewhere to Pastel. Oh, they get the stun onto the Brewmaster. They find him. Pastel, can he escape from middle? Cyrus right on top of him, and they will not allow that to happen. He dies at the same time. Brewmaster also gets ran down, hit by this Desolator. Fury and Storm Rage getting his second Deso kill of the game. Feeling very good about the item right now, but overall, Winterbear has just been hunting these heroes down for sport across the map. It feels like we're watching War Crimes right now for the last 2 minutes.
I love how far they went for that Coddle, by the way, trying to catch him. This is a Coddle with 460 movement speed and 4 staff. If they had Harpoon, maybe they can get it. Without the Harpoon, there is no way in hell. But that's something I want to see on the mag. Our Harpoon on him would be very good. Disruptor, by the way, is slow and steady, but he's getting there. He's got two pieces of his Aghanim Scepter. He's enjoying this game.
What do you think? Which Aghanim's upgrades are stronger than the Disruptor one? As bottom. We'll talk about it in a second. While you think about that, because we might have a small skirmish. Smoke up by Umbrella. They're heading bottom. They want to try and find Kachal here, but also this Tusk is here. Sadly, they can't find the full catch. So the question is, how do they escape from the... Johnny
maybe they can
could
fight.
get glimpsed back, but it's not going to happen just yet. Static Storm will be thrown in onto Kajal, but he escapes the kinetic field. He's not going to be caught. He jumps underneath the tier 2 tower, and they brought down the Disruptor. In the meantime, look where the Weaver is at. Diving towards the damn base. Almost able to kill off the Bristle, but Bristle able to remove the Storm Bugs. Keep himself fighting.
I think... I'm not sure. He got fed mana, so his Sukuchi... was refreshed, but then he just attacked the Bristle instead of running through him, getting on top of him with Sukuchi. Because he could have killed him, for sure. And then used ulti out before getting chronoed. But maybe he just misclicked on the hero, sometimes it happens. You right-click to move somewhere and the hero is there, and you attack. It's pretty big.
No.
It has the brooch.
You know what happened? As he got the refresh, he was like, brother, I don't have skill step, I can't slow him down, so sorry. I can't do it.
Maybe that as well, yeah.
Does Void sense this gank coming towards him right now? Does have a TP scroll to try and escape from this. They seem to have a very good idea of where he's at. They're gonna see him. They saw him. They got him. The question is, do they have the damage to actually kill him? They're gonna start things off right now. Cyrus does have the Chrono TP out combination if he really wants to, but that opportunity is now too late. It's past Kachal. Kachal's gonna self-stun. Doesn't have the range. They can't catch him. Lizard, he's out. What a miracle.
Yeah, he had a lot of luck with the Manta. Like, he ended up on the side of the shards where he's free to roam instead of ending up where his illusions were completely blocked.
Got him. There's no shards available for this Weaver though, so the first Aegis will be taken away. At the same time, his Sakuchi hits are able to bring down the life of the Disruptor. And now with Chrono out, now Furion, will he die? Yes. Enough right-click damage with the Diffusal Blade, Manta, all the good stuff from Cyrus. They do end up losing another hero on Delight afterwards, but the fight is still ongoing. Look at John caught in right now. SY provided some cover with the RP. Cyrus supplied the damage. And all of a sudden, This Faceless boy is starting to become a real big problem, Liz. Bottom, the fight's not even over. Magnus about to die, but oh my goodness, gets onto the high ground. BKB skewer out, and they can't catch him. Pastel and Kachal went the wrong direction, and now they have to deal with the Brewmaster split that is making hell on earth for Pastel. He can't go anywhere, forced to try and retreat towards the south. Cyrus is chasing him. They want to try and catch him in some fashion. Kachal will run interference, but no. Lincoln Sphere will block off the access to the stun from the Alchemist. The bash is onto Pastel, kills him off. Kachal came too far forward, so his life will also be forfeit. And Winter Bear just bleeding kill after kill after kill. They will pause here, Liz, but it's not going to change the outcome of this fight.
It's crazy. They're still 4K ahead, by the way. This game is absolutely insane. These two teams have just been duking it out for the last 10 minutes. Like, absolutely no like farming or anything like that. Maybe a little bit by the Void, but everyone else is just fighting with or without ultis, man. This is some real Dota. See it. Just fight. Full Davai. Hell yeah.
That's the Dota we like, man. Just for context, for how many kills this game has had, right? The last two series that we had together, combined, my friend, and I mean combined, right? Had a combined total of 71 kills, right? In this game, just with these two teams already, all we need to do to reach that combined total is to get each team 13 more kills apiece. And I'm pretty sure we're going to reach that before this game concludes.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. The way this is going, there is no way in hell that we don't. I feel like maybe... Do you have a favorite, by the way? Looking at how these two teams play, do you have a team where you'd say, okay, these guys are a bit better? Because I don't.
I don't have a team favorite, but I do have a draft favorite. I think if you're at this stage of the game, there are 4K ahead, yes, on Winter Bear, but man, dude, like, you have scaling, yes, you have the Alchemist, you have Earth Spirit, you have Weaver, but man, Faceless Void later, like, these heroes do nothing against Void in the ultra late game, so I'm more worried for Winter Bear than I am for the side of Umbrella at the moment, so I kind of hope that Winter Bear, I understand why they're trying to pick up the tempo right now, playing as fast as humanly possible, because if you don't, and you're playing slowly the way that they have been for, like, before the last 5 minutes, this game becomes impossible if you're not, like, decisively winning. This Faceless Void, hell, you mentioned it. The Aghanim's Disruptor is not that far away, and they do not have any items that can deal with this. They don't even have the heroes that can deal with this. It just completely
They do. They have one item. I'll let you figure it out who it is.
One item. Weaver Aghanims?
No, they already have the item. They already have the way.
They already have it? Let's see. It's not gonna be Mantush. It's not gonna be the... What item, bro? Tell me. What are you talking about?
I will tell you. Figure it out already.
Okay.
They can
so an item that's gonna help them against Chronosphere, right?
Yeah, it's already up.
Oh, Aghanim set the Earth Spirit. I see.
They have the Aghanim's Earth Spirit, and of course this isn't... Okay, these guys needed a toilet break. It happens. It happens, of course. It's not only these big Aghanims. Like, of course, you can go for a Wind Waker, right? On Wind Waker on one of these boys. So there's a bunch of stuff possible. Maybe a Wind Waker on Coral, on Tusk later on down the path, down the road, down the mighty road of Dota.
This might be the first time, Liz, no? Normally, you're the one that is accusing me of being too optimistic. Bro, a 7,000 gold item from these supports, the way the game is going, it can happen, but it's going to be so long before it emerges.
And what you think this game is going to end fast? Bro, you're mental. This is this is minute 7. Like this year, like we had a very fast series before this one. I'm telling you, this one is going to go like 70 minutes. We're in for a long ride, my friend. Buckle up, buckaroo.
Do you know, Lizard, actually, I was thinking about this the other day, right? You and I, when we've been casting together, we'll only get the mega games when we are on panel, and only twice has it happened in the game when we're doing Eastern Europe. I don't think we've gotten that many 60 long, 70 win the games elsewhere for some reason. I don't know why.
Do you want me to be nice or to tell you why?
Tell me why, bro. Just hit me.
Because we're casting MESWA. These teams are kind of different than the most regions, and then you end up with teams that either cannot finish because I mean you end up with some Nigma team that 10 minutes or VP or X Chimera, or you end up in a game like this one where most of the time teams are just duking it out forever. They just fight. They fight. They can't end the game. They like the brawl. They live for it. I live for it. Full Davai. Brain off. Most of the time. I don't know, like for everyone out there listening to my monologue, me and Snare have agreed. He gets 5 minutes, then he naps, and I get 5 minutes of talking, and then he naps while the game is paused. So you're gonna have to suffer through me for a little while longer. But it's always fun to watch games like this one. It's just like fight. No need to analyze anything. Just look at them go.
Oh, when Ready is there, we got another kill. Magnus is down. Well. 3K now is the lead, and wait, I think I'll fight again. Look where Malfurion is. It looks like he's scouting this Faceless Void, and they're bringing in heroes, dude. I think no way. All right, they're gonna try for it though. Malfurion goes forward, but he's a little bit too far afield right now. I don't think they'll be able to catch him.
I mean, there's absolutely no way in hell they kill him. They would need, I don't even know, they would need a hex on someone to kill that Faceless Void. And they're not really close to anything like that as of yet.
By the way, there's a question you asked me in the first series. What would you name your restaurant, and what kind of food would you have?
Sorry, what?
Like,
restaurant.
what kind of restaurant would you have? Yeah.
What kind of restaurant would I have? What would I serve? What would I be able to? I would make burek, you know?
What's burek?
It's like a meat pie that we make here in the Balkans. Everyone is a fan of it. But honestly, my home city has like 1,000 of those places, so probably would be the best. What we don't have some. We don't have a Thai place. Like nothing like that.
Yo, Thai food is amazing. Like, oh man, Bangkok. I mean, you've seen that I don't really eat that much in general, right? Bro, honestly, I thought I legitimately gained like almost a 4 kilogram just from a few weeks in Bangkok. I was eating so much every day. It was amazing.
Nice. You enjoyed yourself there, I guess, right? Was it good? Like, we never talked about it. To everyone in the chat, he tried to make me go with him, but I was like, no. It's time for me to play some pubs and chill at home. It was in December, right? November, December, something like that. Yeah, I remember.
I spent some time on the beach. Even though the beach was like 2 hours away from Bangkok, I was like, it's worth going. I was on the beach, met a lot of cool people. Well, there's a story I can tell you, but it's a story for off camera. As we see Weaver getting himself another kill. 8 Desolator stacks. All right, bro. He's had this island for 10 minutes, right? I guarantee you he wishes he'd bought Mjolnir. I guarantee you he wishes that.
Well, this is also good. He has the shard as well, so he farms fast. It's not really that bad. He's not using Sukuchi to farm though. That's maybe something that he could change. Like, he uses Sukuchi but doesn't go through the creeps all the time. Are they getting any Aghanims, by the way, scepters from the Alchemist? Nope, they're not. He's just farming away. He wants to carry as well. Moving towards his AC path. So, the classic Radiance Blink AC. No BKB has Manta already as well. Gotta get rid of the time dilation, I guess.
This Alchemist must work for Elon Musk's Doge. No handouts! Do that shit yourself, bro.
Yeah, basically.
kill though. It's a 6k gold lead for the side of Winter Bear.
Are scanning.
They have managed to corral Umbrella into playing mostly around this bottom side, a side of the map where Winter Bear has already claimed a tier 2 tower. They have a big creep wave deep pushing top. They've been able to levy some good deep push middle, so I will say Winter Bear is outmaneuvering them by forcing him to play on this side of the map, and now they get this additional kill as well. This is really good stuff from this team. They will lose the coddle, but honestly, hashtag worth, bro. Like, you force the whole enemy team here, you still control the map, you still are just not having any real pressure coming in your direction, and you still have a tier 1 bottom. That's amazing.
I don't know if I agree with someone controlling the map here. Everyone is just playing on the same place. They just jumped the brew. Like, there is no way in hell you kill him. There you go, the save from Chrono.
But like you mentioned, they do have the save from the Enchant Remnant, and now Cyrus is the one that's forced to jump himself away. They even put the BKB on Magnus. Brewmaster Split committed as well, but they're not going to find too much from this. They'll at least maybe pick up Johnny. So Johnny Pro will die on his Tusk, but 2 full ultimates, technically 3 for that one. I mean, that's still worth for me if I'm on the side of Winter Bear.
There's RP still to work with on the mag. I'm surprised they didn't fight further. Like, Brew Split used, Chrono. I feel like they maybe could have continued doing something. But Faceless Void has a Monkey King bar. No Radiance, no Blinding Light is gonna stop this, man. He wants to hit. By the way, Weaver did switch up from the BKB into SNY as well, so it's almost like he's listening to you.
See now, fight. Weaver able to get sword to the disruptor at the same time. They just as quickly assassinated the Coddle, and now, oh no, Static Storm on the Weaver. He came in on the back edge of the fight, didn't retreat in time, and got skewered in by Magnus into the Static Storm, easily killed off.
Aghanim's Disruptor. That spells a problem for Winter Bear. Snort Rocket straight into the pit. Hairball. Rush is gonna fall fast.
Rush is falling fast. They've also eliminated the entirety of the gold team. Like literally a few minutes ago, it was 6k in Winter Bear's favor, but now back to even, and with this Aegis in tow, and Roshan's banner on the deck as well, certainly in favor of Umbrella Esports.
Water Rune, so sad, just left alone on the river.
Mechanics question, Liz. Well, I'll ask you in a second, as we do see this. Magnus trying to escape top. He will skewer back with his BKB active, but the Tusk just snowballs away. Let him go, let him go, let him go. He'll... They come in though,
let them go
with the bristleback right behind. I'm still not so sure about the wisdom of this particular engagement. Kachal will throw out the stun, but it bounces back off the Lotus, stuns himself right now. And here comes Cirrus. They have found Kachal. They have Chrono, but it might not be necessary because Cyrus does have the bashes. At the same time, Snowball trying to protect Johnny, but it's not really going to matter because the Brewmaster right on top of him to create space for the Faceless Void. 2 kills for absolutely nothing. And the question I was going to ask you is, well, before the mechanics question, is this Faceless Void ever going to die again this game?
If they get some control item, I think they can kill him. They're getting too many kind of defensive items on their side, I feel like. So, I'm not really sure. Probably he will not, unless he makes a big mistake. They haven't had the cleanest game on both sides, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in and dies somewhere, dives a bit too hard.
Now it's time for the mechanics question, brother. Faceless Void has MKB as well as a Serrated Shiv, right? Serrated Shiv attacks have a 20% chance to give True Strike, and for the MKB, you have an 80% chance to pierce through evasion, right? Can they proc on the same attack, both of these things? Because Pierce and True Strike aren't the same thing anymore.
I have no clue. I have literally no idea.
But they should, right? Because MKB and Crit can proc on the same strike, and these are 2 different effects. You just can't proc the same effect on 2 separate attacks, but I think you should be able to get both. In the base right now, Brewmaster about to die. Can't get off his ultimate. There's no Chronosphere that's there in time. He will lose his life. In the meantime, there is a Magnetize going in onto this Faceless Void, bouncing him outside of the base. So for now, Winter Bear have managed to maintain their defense, but they're not tired. They don't want just defense. They want offense. They're trying to go out, but unfortunately, the Chrono, they're onto this Earth Spirit. Tusk rolled into it, as well as a Static Storm on top. They've already lost one. Make that two. Magnus able to skewer away from the Swarm Bugs right now, as Cyrus is still very much alive. Still has an Aegis to play around with, trying to lead in onto Delight. He will eventually lose his first life to this long-ranging right click. No! He's still alive. 42 HP. He actually stayed living by some miracle. At the same time, Bristleback might not be as lucky. They're chasing him down right now. Some additional attacks. Finally, he will end up falling. But on the back line of the fight, Sirius, he went back in. They were able to bring down the Tusk. And now let's see if the fight can keep going. No Chrono available. No RP is at the ready. But Magnus is about to die. He loses his life before he can use that spell. It's a double kill for Malfurion Storm Rage. While Sirius goes onto the back line to clean up this Keeper of the Light. But now might find himself very isolated. Manta style to evade the silence. Can he fight through all of this by his lonesome? Pastel is actually about to die. Very, very, very narrowly able to roll away from the final right click. Unfortunately, Sirius unable to do the same. Malfurion Storm Rage kills him. That is the answer to the question I asked you. You said he might get sloppy. Indeed, it happens. And that is a fight that Winter Bear are able to come back from and defend the high ground during all.
Yeah, a lot of buybacks, right? Like they used one on the Earth Spirit and one on the Coddle, so two. Not too many, maybe three would be a lot, but two are kinda, you know, you can live with that. Manageable, I should say. But yeah, a very long, prolonged fight in which they didn't have to stick around for as long as they have. They had some really good start. They got a lot of good pickoffs, good kills. Continued fighting for way too long, and now they don't have a buyback on Faceless Void.
They do have a Blink Dagger on Disruptor though, so this could be very interesting. Unless he dies, just heads up! And he does! Oh no, no Raptor, no buyback for him either. Magnus is back in the fray with a Blink RP at the ready, but they've already lost the tier 3 tower. Some of these rulings taking quite a hefty amount of damage, and there's no way they can threaten Kachal off the back of this.
They should know that they should continue pushing for sure, right?
Yeah. Oh, they kicked out the Bristle. He gets forced back into the base though, but they're still chasing him. Johnny's right on top of him. The snowball followed him in back into the base. That will enable them to find that kill. Forced off out onto Johnny, prevents him from dying to the tier 3 tower. So that's two heroes on the deck, one of whom does have buyback. Let's see how far Winter Bear want to push this. Another kick out the base. It's the Brewmaster, but not as easy of a customer this time around. So that one will end in failure. They do force a buyback from the Bristleback, however. So let's see if they can flee from this. SY has Blink in 10 seconds, but it's a 10 seconds too long. Everybody else from Winter Bear is out. A buyback was forced. A tier 3 was taken. Winter Bear have really solidified their prospect of winning game 1.
Coddle just, well, they didn't solidify anything, by the way. They're not winning this game at the moment. This game is anyone's. Coddle just killed his Tusk, by the way. Tusk jumped in with Aghanims, kicked the Panda out, wanted to snowball on the Panda, but Coddle blinding lighted him to the cliff, and because of that, the Tusk didn't go low ground, he was stuck on the high ground. So he dies. Kinda funny. But what can you do? It happens, yeah.
Question, should Disruptor, because they were setting up middle for a potential play onto the Weaver, should Raptor think about buying Aether Lens to help with those kind of situations?
He's got Blink already. I don't think Aether Lens is necessary. I think what you need now is like a Neon Disc or a Glimmer, or you know, one of these items to keep you alive. You don't need any more range. You've got more than enough. He's got Keen-Eyed as well and Trusty Shovels, so might be dead though.
He is about to die though. You know, it's a good thing he died here because he had a gem queued up and probably he's like, yeah guys, if I buy this gem, I cannot carry this item. Somebody else has to take it. Make some space in the inventory, of course.
He needs a ghost or something. There are no nullifiers on the other side. A ghost, glimmer, these kind of items will make the game a little bit easier for him, as he is the #1 target. Public enemy #1.
Also, by the way, Weaver changed his mind again. instead of finishing the SNY. He finished Hurricane Pike instead and then went in for a Revenant's Brooch. So that's where some of this absurd damage is coming from this Weaver right now.
Yeah, he had it for a long time. The latest one was the BKB as well, right? Like he's got that now. 9 seconds cooldown BKB to work with, and on top of all of that, 6,000 gold, by the way. The man can finish on anything he wants to. He can buy a rapier at this point.
Also, I want you to think about how strange it is that we're in an era of Dota where the responsible quote-unquote item for a carry player to buy isn't always BKB.
It was always like that. It's just that it was harder to read when it's bad, when it's great. Like BKB is, of course, it got nerfed, so it's not as strong as it used to be. But I don't think this was like an unresponsible BKB purchase or anything like that. It's still an okay BKB game.
As long as he's not the first one caught. If he comes in second in the fight, it's going to be incredible. But if he's the first one caught, it's going to feel a little rough. For now, though, still a lot of Dota to still be played out. Brewmaster just picked up a young Manta style as well. So will not be affected that much by the Geo Grip coming out of this Earth Grid.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Level 25 on Weaver soon as well. He's got it with this Wisdom Shrine. It's nice to get the Gemnet attack when you've got some crits. This +1 Gemnet attack, you can kill off supports on your own. Faceless Void, of course, already had the +20 backtrack chance, which is interesting. By the way,
He's dead. He's fine. Easy kill. They are not going to Roche. Okay, they're feeling a little bit concerned. Okay, they are going to Roche. Okay. Okay. I was concerned for a second, but then they decided that the Disruptor canceled his TP to go back. Stuck around with his 2 cores so they can actually take the Aegis. Sadly, because the whole team is not here and Roche has just roared, Winter Bay know that this is happening, but I don't think they're going to be brave enough to come in without the Tusk. Now, they catch on to Delight. They have some vision on top of him because the Bristleback is the one that's carrying the gem at the moment. Delight will almost certainly end up taking a tumble here. Cyrus, bro, this is one of those those games you dream about. You get Aegis, you get a cheese, you give the banner to somebody else, and then you immediately get a kill afterwards. Feels good. And now, if you're in, he's actually going to get caught. There's a Chrono right on top of him. They want to try and find him, but he does have Sakuchi and Timelapse. Do they have the bashes? Yes, they do. He's gone. He is down for the count. Weaver, baby, cannot do anything for the future aspect of this fight.
It was kind of a cool play from him to force himself on the low ground. I actually thought he might even live through all of that, because I thought he might survive. Because it took a bit for the Void to get there. Still though, does die. How do you def this without him? Gonna be hard, maybe even a buyback forced. No buyback on the Coddle, of course. Tusk with a passive Midas, massive Midas.
That's the worst part about that death. That he actually, just as the Chrono finished, he was hoping for the combo, right? He literally shift queued BKB time-lapse, but unfortunately BKB is no longer instant cost, so he didn't manage to stop on. Mid lane, we are going to see Kachar. Oh no, the self-stun! That is just tragic. Whose Yules was that? Oh, the Cyclone. Alright, shout out to the Brewmaster. Perfectly timed Cyclone to make sure Kachal would hurt himself.
Well, he was trying to creep skip a bit to prevent this push from going, and he did kinda stop it. Not absolutely, but kinda. It got delayed, and maybe they'll have everyone. By the time these creeps push, maybe they'll have everyone to stand and fight.
That Chrono is back online. Lane of Rax is almost certain to be taken here. And if I'm playing on the side of Umbrella, there's absolutely no reason to go back. Still have an Aegis, still have a Cheese, still have all our ultimates online besides Brewmaster, which will be up in a minute, so just keep going, boys.
Alright, they have the Shard and the Cheese.
or RP will be committed, but it just holds the Weaver inside the Chrono as well. But they laid their stuns over one another, so they don't have enough to bring the Weaver down. Now there's the refresh. RP into the static storm! Are you kidding me? Enchant Remnant will save the Weaver for now, but it cannot do anything for the Coddle. He is down, so is the Earth Spirit. How will the rest of this fight unfold? We're losing life number 1 from the Faceless Void. He's now respawning. Do they have enough to take him? Pastel coming in with the buyback. They have all the magic damage, all the lockdown, all the physical damage, and it ultimately is enough. They lose the Faceless Void. They end up giving up the Bristle as well.
This might be game.
So although they gained the lane of Rax in the mid lane, what a massive turnaround. And the thing is, Liz, they know that it's a buyback, a dieback. They know for a fact that that's the case.
Yeah, this might be a game. Pastel and John U Pro gonna go straight for let's see, perhaps drone. I think there's nothing stopping you. There's a buyback on Bristle, buyback on the Disruptor that's available. They need to somehow delay. They're gonna have to buy back for sure. They don't have RP on Mag. They need to play around pulling people into the throne if they want to stand a chance here.
Brother, you the one that's building the Wind Waker.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure. That's probably not the best option for him, but...
Back, Johnny, he finds the Brewmaster. They bring him in. Can they kill him before the split comes out? He's able to pop the cheese, stay alive for now. He is not gone down just yet, and he will not. There's going to be beautiful static storm onto absolutely everybody with the Brewmaster and the Magnus damage going silly. They are losing all of their heroes. 3 down already. There might be a 4th. Weaver trying to do something here. Can he get himself out of here? He's doing his utmost. He has the Thunder Strike on top of him. Glimpse back into the middle of the fray. And they are going to be able to put him in mortal territory. Still not dead just yet though. Still fighting. Still trying to do what he can. The Tusk able to run interference. Johnny gives up his life though. That's a dieback on the Tusk. That's another death on the Coddle with no buyback. And they call it
GG.
What the fuck? Winter Bear, throw in the towel. GG, well played. Not enough buybacks, not enough damage, not enough in the tank. The Faceless Void of Umbrella Esports will be able to put them in a position where they go to victory. That last play, Lizard, Static Storm on top of 4 heroes with Brewmaster ult everywhere. Feels like those kind of plays just seal a game in a situation like this.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? A beautiful, messy game of Dota, and just absolutely beautiful, and beautifully messy, and beautifully crazy, and beautifully inaccurate, and beautifully beautiful. Just everything, you know, like not working out for Bears, unfortunately. They could have, I think, like in this last fight push, they had the game more or less. If they don't kick the panda into themselves, like kicking the panda there, who's got a cheese, and the Ogre Seal Totem is probably the worst case scenario because you can't kill him. He delays the game way too much, and then on top of that, you get caught in a static storm. Finding the mag without an RP or maybe even the Disruptor would have been optimal, and then just pushing instead. I think they could have won this game. Like they literally had the game in their back pocket if they played this last fight out to perfection, but they didn't. And in this kind of series, we can't expect anything but perfect chaos. That's the only thing that's perfect. Everything else is maybe not to what you usually expect from some crazy tier 1 Dota tournaments, but that's why we're here in the qualifier. And I can't say that I'm sad. This is like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah. Not only is it like one of the few competitive games that we tend to have, but when the underdog, quote unquote, ends up taking the W, you know it's going to be a very fun day. And for me, my favorite part about this particular game is at the beginning of the draft, you know, I was skeptical about the damage output that might be coming from this Umbrella Esports lineup. But the Faceless Void, man, this guy, I have to give him MVP. Like, we haven't given any MVPs today, but Cyrus, bro, this guy was playing some Dota. Highest damage dealt in the game, 55,000 overall. Involved in, let me just count it, 34 of his team's 44 kills as Faceless Void. Highest kill involvement, highest damage, highest farm. I don't know what to say, man. This is just an incredible performance from him. Well, we're gonna be.
Was I muted?
You were muted a little bit. You went in and out. I can hear you now. You can
My
probably
bad.
again.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say that was beautiful Dota, and that's it. I want to see what happens in the rest of the series because that one was pretty damn cool.
Yeah, certainly a very cool matchup. I'm hoping that the side right now of Winter Bear will look towards their prior results over the last couple of seasons and say, guys, we're better than this. We can do better than this. I do think that perhaps they cooked a little bit too much with the Alchemist. You know, we saw some of the aspects of the Alchemist earlier on in the game. The longer the game went, the less I felt the impact of that offlane Alchemist. So heading into game 2, I really hope that they make some degree of adjustments there. Figure some things out, and then we have a much more entertaining series that takes us into game 3 here in this particular series. So we're going to witness what happens after a small break. Winter Bear 0-1 right now up against the side here of their dire opponents. Some people that they didn't want to lose against, but it might just happen regardless. So let's see if Umbrella Esports can keep the water at bay or if they're going to find themselves deluged by the pressure coming out of Winter Bear. We're going to be finding out after a very small break. So go get some water and join us for game 2 of Umbrella Esports versus Winter Bear. Welcome back, one and all. We are here super excited for game 2 of Umbrella Academy versus Winter Bay. Umbrella got the amazing win in game 1. They were about to lay it down in game 2. Changed. What happened, brother? What happened?
The worst thing that can happen happened, right? Like, it seems that one of these teams, unfortunately, have got a bit of an issue when it comes to the internet connection or something like that. I'm not sure. Outage. In any case, it does happen from time to time. Unfortunately, it happened once again for these boys. Like, we've seen the same scenario in the last qualifier with multiple teams. Usually it was the electricity issue, and yeah, they can't continue playing, especially when they won. That's the saddest part, right? Like, you win game 1, and then you can't continue playing the series.
Yeah, I think it would have been one thing as a fluke, a stolen victory, you know, where you're like, they had no chance, but they made a miracle happen at the last moment. But they were playing that game very well, right? In fact, after they took Lane of Rax from the side of Winter Bear middle, when I was like, oh, this is going to help them, you were like, no, my friend. The game is still very even. Anything can happen. And you were correct. The side of Umbrella Academy were able to still come back, have some really good engagements. But sadly, the external world sometimes has a greater impact on your Dota ability and your success in a tournament than your actual individual skills. So we are here now having to deal with the situation. Umbrella Academy, they're not out of the tournament just yet. It's only a game 2 rather, disqualification. So they'll still be back tomorrow. If they play tomorrow, what do you think? From some of the runs that we've seen from other teams in previous qualifiers in the lower bracket, what do you think their chances are of at least getting to like top 4, top 3 situations, given how they played this game 1?
I think they can get to top 3. Like, these two teams are probably the ones to look out for when it comes to getting that position after VP and Nigma. I'm not sure if anyone else is much better, much stronger. I feel like there are maybe teams that are even, but from what I recall in the previous qualifier, that better than Winter Bear. So I expect something. I expect them to be the 3rd position probably. What about you?
From what I saw here, honestly, I do think that in a best of 3, I think Winter would win in a best of 3 because it does feel like that game 1 draft, Winter wasn't taking it extremely seriously. So if they started drafting better, I do think that they would have an advantage overall. But I really like how Umbrella, I think one thing that was impressing me about Umbrella is they were able to understand when they were strong. So it wouldn't be one of those things, guys, I need X and Y items before I can start fighting. Somebody would be like, I've reached this level, or one of the supports that I got this item, we're actually strong enough to fight right now. Go fight. Or the enemy team would use their ultimates and they're like, guys, we're still waiting for our next timing, but we're strong enough to fight now. So I would say that I think Umbrella is, from what I saw, more skilled, but Winter just has more experience and understanding of the game. And I'm not sure how that's going to play out over the course of the whole tournament.
Yeah, I would say I'm not sure. Like both of these teams are, these two teams. I'd still maybe say Winterbear if they have a normal draft with a normal offlaner are stronger. I'm not sure because it was very hectic. The game was absolutely insane. It could go one way or the other. It depends on how you itemize and what you play, what heroes you play. That is, after all, they did have an alchemist on the offlane when you think about it, right? And almost no team fighting abilities on the other side. You had Brewmaster Split, you had Chronosphere, you had RP, and Disruptor ult. Like you said, the draft will play a major part.
Well, sadly, we'll not be getting a second draft between these two squads, at least not today. There's still some potential for these two squads to meet later on in the tournament, but of course, you need to tune in to every single game to make sure that that is the case. Of course, for now, we do have another elongated break, not as what we were expecting, but nonetheless what we have right now. 2.5 hours from now, please return for our final series of the day, as we're not going to have Elimination Dota just yet, got to hold your horses on that one, but we are going to be stepping in to some upper bracket matches, which will determine who will be the first team to enter into our upper bracket final from the first seed. Well, of course, with Umbrella going down, Winterbear going forward, that matchup is going to be between the side of Winners Esports as well as Virtus Pro. So please tune in 2.5 hours to see that matchup here for Dream League Season 26 qualifiers with Snare and Lizard for the MESWA qualifiers. And we'll see you soon. Ish.
alive with passions from his breath that flow. Healed your music wings please to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. place we leave as home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' as yet, for all lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight tonight will merry, merry be, for tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
mia si salterà, l'ora è bella per danzare, tiene a buon man mancherà, c'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella per danzare, tiene a buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia venite qua, un gatto veloce quando ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in the speak shelan.
Laudes candides, candides,
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, yield your music when he breathes to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the go happy by, and never mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. sure toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht gedoelie wacht for oud lang syne. For oud lang syne, my Joe, for oud lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. Eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella ancora tiene a buon ma mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella ancora tiene a buon ma mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, festa in danza quando donna mia va di decondo, con bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringa, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringa, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
each melting touch sends to him my loyalty a sign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. blind, but now I see those grays that fall my heart to fear, and grays my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far.
Welcome back. After a very long wait, we are back for some more MESWA qualifiers for Dream League Season 26. My name is Snay. I'm joined with my boy Lizard, and we're here to witness the side of the winners esports, winners in quotation marks, versus the side of Virtus Pro. And the reason I put them in quotation marks, Lizard, is because unfortunately, in their series, the same situation befell their opponent as befell our game. The opponent won game 1, but they had to forfeit game 2 and 3 because of a power/internet issue. So given that Winners Esports have been given an additional lease on life, this is, you've used your golden coin. What do we expect this game to look like? Is there any hope that the team that had to only get you through... Okay, never mind.
You're a good weaver, you weave these stories very nicely, but it's a team that lost versus some other team in the region, and then they have to match against Virtus Pro, and they didn't lose to Enigma, they didn't lose to Virtus Pro, they lost to some other team in the region, which usually means that they're not gonna have a chance, unfortunately, versus a team such as VP. VP already today, they had a very quick series, one of the fastest games that we've had in all qualifiers, so I expect something very similar to happen in this one as well. I remember these guys. I remember Winners Esports. I don't know if their name really represents all the outcomes of the games that they've had in the previous series, but they always have some fun. I remember the Zigzag dude playing some Pudge as well, so I expect some chaos, some creativity coming from them.
I'm glad you said that, because honestly, I was about to literally ask you about Zigzag Pudge. Like, is that the only way? Because you've been mentioning a lot of times about like playing with some cheese into a superior opponent, so that might be the thing that they need in this particular instance, Bring in that cheese, make it more entertaining. Okay, but since we probably are both on the same page that Virtus Pro should be heavily favored, the second question is, will this total matchup last longer than 37 minutes, which was the total game time of the first series that VP played today?
I'm not gonna make any assumptions on the longevity of the upcoming series. I just want to have some fun. Don't throw me under the bus, Snare. What do you think? Over or under 15 minutes each game?
Over, for sure.
For sure?
Over, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
remember when we saw Winners last time, right? Even when they were remember there was that one game where they were losing by like 15k already by like 20 minutes in, but they only GG'd out at like 35 minutes. I think the winners part of their name doesn't necessarily come from their actual results in the game, but it comes from their mentality. Exactly. Yeah. It's like when you watch Invincible, he's not invincible physically, but mentally. Sometimes nominative determinism is required to go far in Dota.
I'm down to go with that storyline, with that narrative, because it truly does take that, right? Like you have to be you have to have that sort of mentality. It doesn't matter. So what? I lost, go next, or just continue playing until the end to make sure that you get as much as possible out of the game. So overall, that's always respectable and nice to see. Like so many games, people give up when they shouldn't, and they lose a match that probably wasn't even lost if they continued. But
Random
it's a struggle,
questions.
right? It's hard to keep that mindset.
If we're talking about nominative determinism, right, about naming yourself something that might generate positive results, do you think, Brother Admir, Mr. Lizard, right, if Team Spirit had a different name, right, would they have gone on to play, not necessarily just win as much as they did, right, but you know when you watch Team Spirit play, they just have this, literally their spirit team, they cannot be defeated mentally. Do you think they'd have that same degree of influence if they were named something else?
No, never. It's all due to the name. It's nothing about the players that they got together or
scrubs,
or the talent. It's the spirit infused in them. You know, it's the exactly. That's it. That's the reason. But maybe it does help. Who knows? Like I'd rather play under a good tag than under a bad tag. I'd rather have something cool, you know, than something not cool. So yeah, I feel like Team Spirit has a solid name. Winners as well, you know, solid name. Team Winners, Winners Esports, and also Virtus Pro, also a cool name. You know, like a lot of cool names in this tournament.
I mean, not even about the name of VP. They also have that pedigree, right? Normally, the name of Virtus Pro was associated with winning. This was one of the most dominant squads that we saw in all of Dota for several years in a row. I mean, even till this day, you can maybe think of like 2-3 other teams that came even close to the degree of dominance that the VP showed during their amazing and immense era. So we'll see if this Virtus Pro is able to keep that standard rising, or if winners will be rising up to their title instead, as we are about to enter the first draft of the upper bracket semifinal. Winner of this guaranteed top 3, but sadly, Lizard, top 3 means absolutely nothing. Only the first winner goes through to the tournament overall.
Yeah, top 3 sadly means nothing for VP or Nigma. It's only top 1. But for these other teams, I think it does mean. I think it's a little bit of a bragging right. You know, you show up to your internet cafe and you're like, yeah, I'm top 3. You know, I'm top 3 in the qualifier. Who are you? What did you achieve while I was playing? Do you know how it was on the battlefield against Sumail that I went up on the mid lane? You know, I think there are some bragging rights, or especially if you get a kill or 2. Holy moly, then it's even better.
And then afterwards, if you lose, you get to say, guys, we only lost because the power went out, the internet was bad, it wasn't our fault.
Which is true for some of these teams, unfortunately. They did lose and get DQ'd because of some electricity problems in the last qualifier. In this one, we probably wouldn't even see winners in this particular matchup if not for the electrical issues that we've had. So a bit unfortunate for the other teams, but such is life in the competitive Dota scene.
You know what else is also a genuine feature of life in competitive Dota? Having to deal with first pick PA, which I imagine VP want right now. They have full access to it. Warlock is gone, but honestly, I mean, Warlock is a crazy hero, but PA is just obscene. So let's go. Wait, Doxia? Oh, okay. Doxia does make sense because you don't want to have to pick a hero that you know that Doxia might counter in lane. But honestly, I've played this lane. It's not that bad. Like it's not great, but it's not that bad. Honestly, PA into Doxia.
Yeah, it's playable. I think the worst one probably is Ursa, but it wasn't picked at the moment. I mean, anti-mage Ursa, those are the heroes that in general and historically have been good against you. Right now, Ursa is probably the best versus most melees. But Morphling is picked up. Not the worst, not the best, in a way. It depends on what the position 4 is. They ban out the Oracle to protect the Iron Shells. The second ban is a Rubik. I think this is just a random ban that they just made. Maybe something that they saw on winners, maybe. I'm not sure, but in any case, they have a lot of options to combo up with this Darkseer now. You have all sorts of melee force. You don't have a Tusk. That's taken away. Night Stalker banned. You have something like Clock if you want to go for that, but you can also just pick normal force. You don't have to. You don't have to pick a melee for. There's a Weaver left in the pool still. A bunch of other stuff that is good against Morphling. I'd like to see some good Eastern European in MESWA region Skyrat Mage as well. One of these days. Not far from being a remotely good hero with Darkseer in the lane, but still. One of these days I want to see
it was you on this game over the weekend, over the last like week at Fissure. We saw a couple of games of Morphling going mid. BZM in particular played it quite a bit. Do you think it's better mid or carry Morphling overall? Like, basically, do they have the latitude to flex this, or is it only in very specific scenarios that you can flex in mid?
Well, considering they picked it this early on, we might see some shenanigans with some mid Morphling. I wouldn't be completely surprised if that's the case. But then you pick some Ursa here, I think. You don't even wait. You are playing into Coddle and Crystal Maiden and Darkseer. Looks like a very solid game for you. Especially if it's Coddle plus Darkseer lane. That's the one lane you don't really care about at all. If you combo it nicely with some support as well. That can slow down the Darkseer or catch him. It's an option. It's an option. I'm not the number one fan of Morphling mid, but it's an option.
Yeah, even if Morphling is going carry, you know which hero I'm thinking can actually go into the offlane? I see Crystal Maiden, I see Coddle. These are my expected supports. We've already seen some of the difficulties people might have with catching Coddle, so you'll have other heroes to take care of that. But would not a Lycan just continue to eat this Crystal Maiden alive the entirety of the game?
And Coddle as well. No, it wouldn't be bad. Frostbite is annoying, and you haven't banned out the PA. I feel like you have a good matchup, like Morphling into PA, so you might think you don't have to ban it, but PA still wins.
Sigma moment.
So I'm not sure if that's the right approach. They haven't banned it, so might be picked. PA CM. Honestly, I wouldn't care what I'm playing against with these two.
Ringmaster. One of the things I always love when I see a Darkseer lineup is I need, in my draft, some degree of, not necessarily heavy counter initiation, but a spell that makes Darkseer wary of starting the fight himself, so we can bail people out of trouble. We already have, on the first two heroes, quite a lot of mobility. So on the Tusk, we have some save. Now we have some additional save. We saw this earlier today, but it didn't necessarily work out that well. However, in this game, I think there is quite a lot of annoyance. Because I'm looking at these VP heroes, like, they want to lay out their spells and move on, right? You don't want to have to just stick in the fight continually. Coddle will lay out some blasts, yes, but you don't want to be stuck in the situation where you're like, oh, we reset, we have to restart the fight from a different awkward position.
Yeah, yep. Even though there you have your Crystal Maiden ult, the lord of all the I want to stand in place and use my ulti, right? But of course you are correct. That's one spell that's not even usually not even the most important one that she brings to the table. They get themselves a Storm. This will be your mid lane matchup, most likely Storm into Shaker. Like, they could have picked any Spirit here, but Storm is the best. Like, Ember into Shaker not as great, and there's Morphling against you. They could have went for like something easier like a DK or Tiny, but Storm, it's a really good pick here. Good matchup for you. Nothing bad. Plus you have Coddle Storm. This is your recall Coddle feeding Storm mana. It already looks very nice for the guys on VP. On the other side, the draft isn't bad. I actually kinda like it. Not
5 seconds remaining.
They gave away a lot, and I feel like Virtus.pro could have had even more meta heroes, quote unquote, but this is a lot of mana with Darkseer and Storm that's going to be fed into them, but not a lot of stuns. They have one root, they have pull from Storm Spirit, and that's it.
I was literally about to bring that up, that like I'm looking at Winner's Draft and they have so much disengage, and VP doesn't have enough like pure hard lockdown to keep them within the middle of the fight. You can wave from away, snowball away, Earthshaker can lay down some fissures, Ringmaster has his spells. It does feel like, I think, so you have one of two ways to go about this, right? You can either try and run out the draft with getting some like Faceless Void or whatever to give you that hard lockdown, or you can just go all in on the skirmish and rely on the additional mana from the Coddle, the CM, to just prop up the Darkseer Storm and your additional hero. Just keep fighting continually, even through the disengages of Winners.
Well, that's probably what's gonna happen.
5 seconds
Considering
remaining.
the difference between the levels of these two teams, what's gonna happen is Storm Spirit will be fed mana and he'll be hunting them down 24/7. Slardar bans this. I mean, no way it's a lifestealer or anything like that, but
Radiant team
it's into a morphling. It's
Templar
okay. It's
Assassin.
TA. Yeah, TA carry, Storm mid, offlane Darkseer, solid draft.
Yep.
Missing some stuns, but able to play really fast, and I think that's what they want to do.
This is indeed pure tempo. We just keep going. Nothing will deter
10
us.
seconds
We have
remaining.
some damage block on the TA. I imagine Darkseer is going to build some aura items as well.
5 seconds
Cuddle will be
remaining.
sitting in the back, giving us mana, giving us HP. Storm diving forward. This is one of those drafts that you only draft like this when you're just certain you're better than the enemy team, right? That you're like, we can out execute you throughout every single quarter of the fight. So it's up to winners now to try and exploit this and just out team fight them basically. Because if you don't out team fight them, VP will just run you over with this kind of draft.
Yeah, they will, most likely. Out team fighting them is like looking at these heroes possible that they've got. Let's see what they. Okay, so it's an offlane shaker, most likely, right? I guess.
I would imagine so. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah, you put the Huskar mid. You make this Storm Spirit miserable. You play off of that. I mean, not too bad. Not too bad of a pick. And then you play Tusk Morphling safe lane. You play the Shaker Ringmaster off lane. I feel like that's what they're gonna do. It doesn't look that bad. Shaker into TA might not be amazing though. You have refractions to work with on TA, so not a lot of damage from Shaker, who's mostly like one chunk of big damage. He's not up until the ulti. He doesn't deal with refractions at all.
I guess the idea here is that you're gonna lose that lane, but Huskar will do well enough that after you group up and play around him, in that period of time when TA is not really ready to fight, you force her to do so, and Huskar just dives on top of her, kill her immediately, can move on to your next target.
Yeah, when it comes to physical or mixed damage, it's only Storm and TA. Everyone else is more or less just magical on VP, so the Huskar should. Like you asked me if there is like a ultimate best Huskar game ever. This isn't that bad. Like, you are playing into a TA though, and eventually this hero does become a problem. A couple of crits, you know, a lot of damage coming out from her. And I'm surprised VP didn't ban Huskar, by the way. Like, that's the only way I can see them losing some matches.
Or maybe the rationale was that let's leave the Huskar in the pool because you're not always going to be able to ban this out. So let's see if we can deal with it under these kind of circumstances. You know, they're relying on Lorinov here with the Matador Storm Spirit. They're like, brother, this Huskar is the bull. Do what you need to do to keep this guy diving in and out. And we might have a small server issue here. And nope. You know what? One thing I've noticed actually relative to the rest of the teams in the division, that Nigma and VP/Chimera are very, 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 very strict upon the rules. Like, these guys don't play around. There's no favors being done. It's like, listen, we all agree to these rules. We're going to abide by them. If you ask us something that's outside of that purview, we will say no.
Sigma moment.
Yeah.
Sigma moment.
I mean, the reason why this is so is because I know that for a fact that these guys just want to get to the grand finals and that's it, right? And they know they're gonna be there. It's not even unfortunately for these other teams, I'm not taking anything away from them, but for now at least, there isn't any third team that might challenge Nigma or VP. So they just want to get through. And one of the reasons why they don't want to change to use servers is because you'd have to restart the game, and that takes time. So I'm pretty sure they just want to play, you know, and end the game like they did in today's first series.
Like, let's just get this over with, gang. We just want to do our thing. Gosh. Well, if they have said G, we're just going to be waiting for the confirmation on the other side. And indeed, it has come. And here we go. Zigzag says G. Sadly, he is not playing his Pudge today. He has cottoned on to the innocent / Whitemon meta, playing in some Ringmaster.
Yeah,
Good hero, but feels bad, man. I wanted to see a more exciting one.
Well, Ringmaster is also pretty cool. They're smoking up, going for a play, maybe some wards as well. Mostly with the smoke, you just want to plant some wards, some good vision.
See, they're gonna go all the way on the other side. Haven't planted any big wards just yet. They have their customary middle one, and sadly they're not gonna find anything here. So should be a 2-2 trade unless VP cotton onto the fact that they've seen nobody, no smokes have been popped, and try to get aggressive, and that's exactly what they're gonna try and do. The Hawk and 1J heading towards the bottom side, but the Hawk now will find himself in proximity of these pop smokes, but he just took the Watcher just before the smokes pop. Dota 2, game of margins, and this margin favorable for the Dogs here.
It's an interesting build from him as well. I'm looking at the Hawk. What's he gonna go for? When I say interesting, I mean very standard right now. The Vanguard into Halberd most of the time. You get the Halberd and then you can play off of that.
Oh my god, did you see that, bro? What 1J just did?
No, I didn't. What happened? Blinding Light?
What a player. So 1J, well, he didn't just Blinding Light, right? He first just waited, baited them into thinking he didn't go Blinding Light, and then as soon as they got close, then he Blinding Lighted and took the rune. What a player.
Jebaited them, huh?
So that's 3-for-1 trade to start the game off in favor of the side of Virtus Pro. So talk to me about these lanes. We haven't actually asked this today. Where is the kill lane? Where do you envision the first blood taking place?
Let me see. Probably on top, maybe mid. If Huskar missteps, misplays it. Also could happen on Lorinov. I feel like if you feel that you're much better and then you're playing into a Huskar, that can make you a bit cocky, and then you get too many spears on, you die. Bot lane is... honestly, anything is possible. Like, if it was a normal matchup between two very similar teams, I'd say top lane, most probable, with bot lane having very low probability of a kill. But seeing as it's not so, I feel like anything can happen.
I love how you... It's a mark of how long you've been in Dota that you've grown to appreciate chaos more than just like, oh, it's very structured Dota. You get so excited when the game just goes to hell and back. You're just like, yes, that's what I want to see.
I mean, that's when you don't know what's gonna happen. You know? Oh my god, man.
Oh
like...
my god, okay. You said there was some possibility, but you would have been lying if you said to me the Morphling was going to be the hero that dies first in the bottom lane.
That's literally what I thought was going to happen. Literally, I thought, okay, he's going to mess up the attribute shift. I didn't think it's going to be this bad, though. He basically used waveform. I don't know if the camera was on him. He used waveform on top of Koro, and Koro just used blinding light. That's it. He came to 1J. 1J was running away and just killed him off with blinding light. It was kind of sad.
But it's all good. We're getting the cheap deaths out of the way.
Yeah.
You know? Yep. Just to make sure it's done. Now we're good. Now we're good. We're back on track.
They're making it interesting. You know, don't wanna have it too easy for Virtus Pro. Gotta give them a kill or two, you know? Make it more competitive. That's what... that like was doing.
In the top lane, we see this Temper Assassin trying to farm away. She's doing pretty decent in the CS department. Behind only this Huskar right now, and unfortunately, now that she is about to hit level 3, I think the window for trying to kill her has kind of passed. Unless you can do it literally right now, you're not going to be able to do it anymore in this lane.
Yeah, you get level 3, also we'll see what CM goes for, if this will be for the first level of Frostbite. And then you get some kill potential as well. Yep.
Mid lane. They're TPing in to try and punish the Huskar. He actually lived to try and go onto Laranov, but now Blinding Light pushes him back towards Virtus Pro. There's going to be a blood grenade thrown in. Do they have the damage to kill him? Another Frostbite? 1J dies first, but Panda will follow him. Huskar is down for the count. How much can they clean up here on the side of VP? Laranov has quite a healthy amount of mana here, Liz. 666 is in trouble. He's going to die too. And Zigzag, as soon as he gets caught by the Frostbite, immediately into the Electric Vortex, and he will also lose his life. 3 heroes die mid all of a sudden? What the hell?
Man, you know what? The craziest part is I like those ice shards, but the snowball might have been unnecessary to go back in. I feel like if you save your Huskar there and you go back, that's fine. It didn't look like that bad of a play initially, but the moment that the snowball is used, I knew they were in for a bad time. Going on to a Storm Spirit like that.
Radiant are scanning.
Not nice giving away. It's one thing to give away gold to a Crystal Maiden, but you gave away, let me just tell you her inventory. Boots, a ward, 2 mangoes, blood grenade, as well as clarity. She might, no, she's fine. She's cool. They're fine. So much gold, almost 600 gold picked up right then and there for this Crystal Maiden. A hero that normally finds a success through experience and not money, so giving this early injection to her can be very problematic for the side of the winners. And they might actually find a kill. Frostbite out, thankfully the fissure will be there, blocking away TA 2000 from the chase.
Honestly, winners, they have some cool defensive spell usages. So far at least they've had them. Like the Ice Shards were good, this fissure is good as well. As long as they don't overcommit and play it like this, I feel like maybe they can play around the Huskar.
They're boarding top. They want to try and find a fight here. They're going on to this Earthshaker first, but here comes the teleportation from the top to try and turn around onto TA 2000. They do kill the Earthshaker first, and they might have enough to bring down the TA. Ice Shard blocks the TA in, but she's still fighting. Do they have the damage to bring her down? No! Listen, she's still alive! What the hell is this? Another 3 heroes falls in the top lane. Huskar shows up, goes in with the life break, looking for Rain. Rain attempting to TP out, but should die in the fountain. Indeed, that'll be the case. But nonetheless, it's a 3-for-1 trade. Morphling also under a little bit of pressure down bottom, and everything not looking solid for winners.
Yep. Once again, the defensive move is all right, but the aggressive move with the snowball just gets punished immediately. And an unnecessary one again on the TA that does have refraction charges. You're in for a bad time if you try to kill her off without any ways. Like, you need a Huskar there. If Panda was around, I feel like, damn, if he got there earlier, maybe they get even more kills. But without him, TA is not a kill.
I will say that kill was also one of those scenarios where we see the impact of the refractor facet. If she doesn't gain that bonus damage, she's not able to kill the Ring Monster first before the Tusk comes in, so very, very nicely played by TA 2000, recognizing his strengths in that moment. Now, might try to angle towards getting himself this Wisdom Shrine with the help of Laranov, but there's also some Radiant heroes here from winners. Zip forward, they want to try for it right now. TA 2000, 1J gets the Shrine on the other side, but they almost lose 666. He's still alive inside the snowball, going towards TA 2000, but unfortunately will now end up dead. One is down, they might go for a second. There's San caught in the corner, doesn't have a blink dagger, so no way out for him. He'll end up losing his life. Morphling has shown up right now. Frostbite immediately to prevent him from just killing off a target. These heroes are still alive. Laranov TP's out right in front of their faces. No way he gets out, and indeed he does. Blown back by the Inner Fire. Rain though, what the hell? They killed Panda? They will end up losing these heroes, but they drew so much attention. They stole the Shrine. They got a kill on the other side of the map. What do you think, Liz? Who actually ends up on top after this exchange?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, of course it's VP, right? Like, of course they can come out on top, but one difference between this one and the last series is you can see that the other team is at least putting up a fight. And that's something that is commendable for Radiant. Like, they didn't let that Shrine be just taken without consequences. They made some plays there, at least.
Thankfully for them, they still haven't lost any of their tier 1 towers, so despite this 2k gold lead for VP, there's still more work to be done by the Dire lineup, and they can try and put that work in on the bottom lane. As they put the Frostbite in onto the Tusk, they should be able to make some turnaround happen, but he still dies too quickly for the rest of the team to show up in time. He shards himself actually right next to these illusions, and Sun also helped doom him a little bit by blocking the escape. He also killed Sun's courier. That's kind of unfortunate, but it did deliver the clarity before it went down.
Yeah, they want to dive anyway, and they can.
Gonna start onto Sun, looking for the Earthshaker. He's still alive right now, does have the Echo Slam, and will deploy it. It goes out, but there's just not enough follow-up from the rest of his lineup. He will go down, but the rest of his team finally starting to stream in. Nice shots, blocking 1J from being able to escape. He will end up losing his life very early on. Panda dives forward with the life break, but he's so low on HP. Salvation provided by the Ringmaster, but that salvation is fleeting. As the Hawk able to pick up the double kill onto Panda with the Frostbite out onto Tusk. They might make it another hero go down here. It's already been 3 to fall, now make it 4, Liz. VP, massive trade, and in front of the tier 1 tower, no less.
Yeah, just taking everything that they came for. Meanwhile, TA taking your triangle as well, farming it, farming on top lane as well. Just yeah, in full control of the game they are right now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Again, Liz, the bright side, there's still tier 1 mid, there's still tier 1 bottom. The map is not fully opened up just yet.
Yeah, the bright side is they have Armlet on Huskar. It's not super bright, but it's something. They have it at least. By the way, Solar Bind on Coral, even though he's playing with Huskar, with Storm, I mean. Interesting.
I suppose this is really good against Huskar, right? The slow over all that duration. We're gonna see a small fight. Both supports are in massive danger, and I think both of them are going to end up dead. Zigzag goes first. 666 will follow him thereafter. Or will he? There's no way he survives this. He's gone, and the tier 1 tower is also going to fall middle because the Siege Wagon has been demolishing it in the meantime. So now that these heroes return, we're going to get another tier 1.
Yeah, to be fair, you have a little bit less mana to give when you're a Coral without recall, but a lot of magic damage on their side, right? To work with Solar Bind. The whole toolkit of Storm Spirit, Crystal Maiden, Darkseer, basically all magical, so with a little bit of physical damage. So.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Definitely worth it to get the Solar Bind.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Also, the magic resist at max level Solar Bind, that should be pretty good against like Earthshaker, right? At this stage of the game.
Yep.
Inhibit him from doing that much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Even the Huskar, actually. How much is the percent again on the Solar Bind?
It is 20%. Level 1.
Level 1? 40% level what? Max level 3? Are you kidding me? Okay, that's good.
Yeah. It's a decent chunk. The only reason why this hero was viable on mid lane. Solar Bind, Dagon, Vessel builds.
Morphling. Uh-oh. He's in trouble. Gonna waveform down, but he's dead. They got him. No way out of this one, buddy. Gonna try his best. The Ringmaster's gonna try and bail him out of trouble, but he knows his life is forfeit. Rain even commits the full freezing field to make that one happen. They threw in the Wheel of Wonder, but now that they know that there's no more wheel, they're gonna dive forward. They're gonna try and find this kill. In the meantime, though, Larnov was interrupted by the full stuns, and look at that massive big strike coming in from TA2000 with the side blades, and all of a sudden, Panda finds himself way too far forward. He's gonna die as well. Sun was able to ensure that they got the kill onto Larnov on the back edge, but definitely not worth it in the grand scheme of things. Another 4 heroes falls for the side of winners.
Yeah, definitely not worth it, but a lot of gold was given to the Huskar for that kill. That was a wicked 6 streak, so not too terrible for him in particular. For everyone else, definitely terrible. Shaker finishing off his blink, by the way. The next wave should assure it, so another nice thing coming for Radiant. They will have the Blink Dagger initiation option.
looking at the water boy down bottom, what do you think he should be building this game? He's going right now for the Manta into Butterfly as usual, but he's got Vlads only at the moment. Is there any deviation from this build that could assist in this game, or do you kind of have to go for these items?
Well, these are the best items I think that he can get. Maybe not Vlad's. You're playing into Darkseer, but
speaking of Darkseer, he actually just dropped his wall onto the Morphling, and all of a sudden Laranov shows up out of nowhere. And I love the fact that they feel so confident that they can drop ultimates, despite not being confident is going to get the kill, but being confident is going to zone them away long enough that they can pressure the tower.
I'm probably sure that he was aiming for a kill there. It just didn't happen. They're testing their strengths at this point. TA?
Well, TA gonna get caught very far away from the rest of the team, and this time around, nobody around to interrupt the Wheel of Wonder. They do find the kill. TP out from this Crystal Maiden. She's able to get herself to safety, but that's a pretty massive kill, and that's also going to enable them to come back bottom and defend that tower too.
Yeah, pretty cool
Radiant's middle tower is
Blink
under attack.
Dagger on Shaker, right? Like, helping out. Plus, Huskar into TA. Doesn't matter how tanky you are on TA. At this point, he can take you down. I mean, they could maybe even take this fight on Winners Esports.
Impalement art connected onto this Coddle, but unfortunately, not enough follow-up there. The Earthshaker was positioned to blink forward. His blink was off cooldown, sadly. Now it's back. Let's see if he want to try and progress forward. Let me keep onto the Huskar. He wants to try and find some vision. He's going to be scouted by the Sentry Ward, though. VP saw this move coming, and they're not going to get caught by it.
They don't have any utility on their Darkseer. He went for Vanguard into Blade Mail, so they can't really take a fight at the moment, it seems like. Instead, they're gonna go for... Well, they do have Crimson now, never mind. That's decent utility into these heroes.
This is a massive problem. Like, while they were taking the Tormi, we saw the rest of Winners trying to aggress onto the Storm Spirit, but they didn't find that connection. And I feel like in a game like this, you're not going to get better opportunities than that, where one of the massive cores is isolated from the other big cores. So now Darkseer is next to him again with that Crimson that you mentioned. I don't think you'll be able to get this easy kill on the Storms. They're going to be the ones that start the fight from VP, going directly in onto the Tusk. Jump back in, Echo Slam, looking for the Storm Spirit. But where is the follow-up? Where is the damage? There's the vacuum from the Darkseer with Blade Mail on, zoning everybody back. They kill the Earthshaker, they kill the Tusk. The right clicks from the TA, able to bring down the Huskar. And that's it. I was wrong. Way under 20 minutes. Wait, over 15 minutes, Liz. That's it. It's fine. GG, well played. Virtus Pro take game one as Winners Esports. Tap out, feeling they can do nothing more in this game.
It is what it is. I feel like you just go next, hope for something better. I think Huskar was a good idea for them. I truly think that if you want to have any shot in hell of winning versus VP or Enigma, you gotta incorporate these nasty heroes. You gotta get the Huskars and stuff. It didn't work because they're just that better. They move faster. Every lane was basically doubled in CS. Like Darkseer doubling Morphling, TA doubling the Shaker, mid lane as well. More or less mid lane was closer, but he had a lot of kills on Storm. So yeah, unfortunate for Zigzag and the boys, but let's go next and see what they can bring in game number 2. I do believe that this one was exactly according to plan, right? Exactly what we expected.
Yeah, one thing I like in retrospect, the way that they... Part of the problem with the Morphling as a carry hero is that he's not one of these carriers that can get involved in like these 10-12 minute fights very happily. In the same fashion that a Temper Assassin is able to do, what PA is able to do. It does feel like, you were mentioning the Vlad's build, but even if he had gone for some of the Ida items, probably would have taken him until like minute 22, 23, 25 to feel fully comfortable fighting. Also, that's one problem, but another problem that I have, Liz, for the, third game that we've had together today, the offlane pick, man. I don't know about Earthshaker offlane. Talk to me about it. Like, in retrospect, what could it have done better? And in a perfect game, is Earthshaker even a viable hero from the offlane?
I think they just wanted to mix things up and pick a Huskar last pick and put that Shaker on the off because of that. I mean, Shaker for the longest time has been viable mid, position 4, and offlane. Is he the best on the offlane position? No. Can he work? He definitely can. And he can work quite a lot if you have these cheese pick Huskars as your last pick. So it could have worked. It could have worked. If they play a bit faster, if they're individually a little bit better, maybe it would have worked. Unfortunately, they're good, but they're not on the level of Virtus.pro and other tier 1 teams. So it's kind of hard.
Well, certainly there are levels to this game, and at the moment, it does seem like Virtus.pro has been able to take a step into the higher level. So we're going to be finding... Wait. Oh.
No, we won't be.
Oh,
yeah, we won't be finding anything.
Oh, no. All right, Lizard, communicate to the boys. Tell the crew, tell the people what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, Lizard has an announcement for you all about why I'm looking so distraught.
Well, 2 series in a row. That's going to be it, our dear friends, viewers in the chat. Why it's going to be it? Because the carry player of Winners Esports has ping of 300 and he cannot play on other servers. I think they needed the EU server because of that. So they are skipping the second game for fating, forfeiting, and giving Virtus.pro a 2-0. I feel like the second game, with his ping being good or without it, probably would have went towards a 2-0 like 99% of the time. So it didn't really change a lot. Unfortunate for these guys that they don't get to enjoy Dota and play out the tournament, because these qualifiers, these kind of games, they're always fun for the underdogs, like, because you get the chance to maybe take these big boys and win against them. So even though most of us, we know what the result is going to be, it's still unfortunate that they don't even get that chance to play it out.
Yeah, I mean, I know for a fact you did engineering, so you learned in your QM classes that, probability is not guaranteed. 99.9% still means aberrations once in a while, and sadly, we're not going to get that aberration today, as we do have a 2-0 win for VP. So we have us entrant into the winner bracket final, and although VP expected to be there, I'm sure they would have liked to just solidify that through dominating another opponent, but sadly, it's not going to be the case today. So Winners Esports will be dropping down to the lower bracket, and there'll be yet another team forced to come into the next day thinking about their infrastructure more than their Dota. And one final question, Lizard, before we go off air. I know you've experienced this before.